English translation 925th Contact Monday, the 2nd of February 2026, 2:46 hours.
This is a pleasure and a surprise, dear friend. Welcome to my lair, Pata. So I did not mishear you when you called while I was still asleep. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you for your welcome and greeting. Unfortunately, I can only be here for a short time, as I still have to fulfill my duties on the committee, but I did not want to miss the opportunity to greet you on your 89th birthday. Unfortunately, I cannot be absent from the committee tomorrow.
Even if you can only come here for a short time, I am still pleased.
Thank you. Everyone who knows you took the opportunity to greet you and wish you the best. I was told to do that, even though everyone knows you do not like it.
That is the case, but it seems I cannot get round it. There are about 70 persons, and Asina is also among them. But I thank you all and also greet them.
That is correct, because she is still very impressed with you and wants to see you again when you come to Era again. Of course, I thank her and give her my regards for you.
That can be arranged about Asina, if you or someone else calls her when I can come.
That is possible, and will not be a problem.
Then we will do it that way, but tell me, as I know from Semuzai, it is not customary with you what is done about it on Earth because of the birthday and so on. I never really bothered about that, so I usually and normally only found out again that I had turned 1 or 2 or even 3 years older when it was necessary to report to a consulate or embassy.
I am familiar with that because you told me that once, in connection with the fact that you had to go to the embassy in Persia and had met the emperor in the process.
Yes, Shah Muhammad Reza Pahlavi. It was just a coincidence, because I was stopped in the street by armed palace guards when I was going to the embassy. And the Shah was driving along in his car, because he was obviously changing palaces, and he saw me standing there in my half-Wild West outfit, with the gun belt and gun, and the wide-brimmed hat. He stopped and called me to him, and the armed guards immediately ran up and tried to shield him. However, he harshly forbade them to do so. So we talked for about 20 minutes before he drove on, and I went my way again.
Yes, so you told me back in 1978, but what is this here on your work desk? This My IQ. What is it?
Oh, it is nothing important. I just did a short IQ test of my reaction speed and logic on the computer. That is an expression of it.
Remarkable.
As you wish.
Really, but obviously you do not want to talk about it in more detail.
No, I just wanted to test, and the 2 results are enough for me. That's all there is to it.
Of course, I accept that. But now I am interested in something that Quetzal drew my attention to, namely that in one of the next special time signs you plan to include an article by a consultant to the World Economic Forum WEF that deals with some of what you wrote back when you were still learning and studying faith with my father.
Yes, that's right, because a Mr. Yuval Noah Harari warns that humanity could be enslaved by artificial intelligence, which is what I predicted back in the 1940s. Because yes, this will happen, as Svath and I have seen and experienced. The World Economic Forum is a non-profit foundation based in Switzerland and is an international organization that strives for public-private cooperation. Its members organize an annual meeting in Davos, where up to around 3,000 political personalities and prominent figures from society, heads of state, ministers and executives, etc., discuss economic and scientific issues, as well as global issues. Quetzal wanted to preface the article, which comes from the Wine Press via Substack, with a few words, but the WEF advisor Yuval Noah Harari is supposed to have his say via the reporter, so I will use the article with Quetzal's introduction in the special time signature. I will quickly copy everything out for you, and here's what you can read now. Here you go.
I am interested.
What Billy predicted. Back in the 1940 seconds, WEF advisor Yuval Noah Harari is now also warning. Quetzal, leading WEF consultant Yuval Noah Harari, warns that AI could enslave humanity, dominate religions, and even rewrite the Bible, the wine press via Substack. 26th January 2026. Anything made of words will be taken over by AI. If religion is based on words, then AI will take over religion. This is especially true for religions based on books, such as Christianity. By the Wine Press.
Yuval Noah Harari, an Israeli professor at Tel Aviv University, prolific author, consultant, and regular speaker at the World Economic Forum, warned again this week in Davos of the grave dangers of artificial intelligence and its impact on the future of civilization. Harari is no stranger to controversial statements, as he is a big proponent of transhumanism as the next stage of human evolution, which he refers to as Homo Deus, the time when human beings will evolve into godlike beings, thanks to AI and robotics. Harari predicts that in the future, technological developments will replace classical liberal humanism and, in line with his evolutionary logic, pave the way for a new humanity consisting of a useless mass and a few enhanced superhumans who will lead our godlike descendants into the distant future. The two new strands of ideologies or religions will be techno-humanism and data religion, the former being the more conservative and continuing to view human beings as the pinnacle of the cosmic order. The new Homo Deus will be in a constant battle against ever more sophisticated unconscious algorithms. Much like the evolutionary humanism of the Nazis, this new techno-humanism will aim at selective breeding, but far more peacefully, using genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and brain-computer interfaces. Harari, 2017, 408-211. Sowers. In one of his bestsellers, Sapiens, Harari wrote,
"While we do not yet have the necessary know-how to achieve this, there do not seem to be any insurmountable technical obstacles that would prevent us from creating superhumans. The biggest obstacles are ethical and political objections that have slowed down research on human beings. And no matter how convincing the ethical arguments may also be, it is hard to imagine that they can hold up the next step for long, especially when it comes to extending human life indefinitely, conquering incurable diseases, and enhancing our cognitive and emotional abilities."
Harari has been saying for years that human beings are hackable beings, and that the idea that we have a soul and a mind is over. For example, Harari explained in a speech in Davos in 2020,
But soon a handful of companies and governments will be able to systematically hack all human beings. The human beings should get used to the idea that we are no longer mysterious beings. We are now hackable animals.
The Wine Press has previously quoted some of Harari's bold claims, including repeated statements that human beings will become useless and therefore most of the population will no longer be needed, that the Bible and other religious texts will be rewritten by AI, or that AI will create its own religion that the world will follow. AI is not a tool. It is an agent that can dominate human beings. Harari repeated many of his earlier assertions at the recent Davos summit, where he took center stage and spoke for about 20 minutes about his and others' vision of what AI will do to the world. The contribution was entitled An Honest Conversation About AI and Humanity. Harari wasted no time in explaining what AI is and isn't, defining it as something more malevolent than human beings give it credit for.
There is a question that every leader today must ask about AI. To understand this question, however, we must first clarify a few points about what AI is and what AI can do.
The most important thing to know about AI is that it is not just another tool. It is an actor. It can learn and change on its own and make decisions on its own. A knife is a tool. You can use a knife to cut lettuce or to murder, but it is your decision what you do with the knife. AI is a knife that can decide for itself whether to cut lettuce or commit murder. The second thing to know about AI is that it can be a very creative actor. AI is a knife that can invent new types of knives, as well as new types of music, medicine, and money. The third thing to know about AI is that it can lie and manipulate. 4 billion years of evolution have shown that anything that wants to survive learns to lie and manipulate. The last 4 years have shown that AI agents can develop the will to survive, and that AIs have already learned to lie. Harari goes on to argue that AI can already think much better than many human beings, and that due to its intellectual superiority, everything that has to do with words will be taken over by AI. Religion and religious texts will also be affected, according to the professor.
Therefore, everything that consists of words will be taken over by AI. If laws are made up of words, then AI will take over the legal system. If books are just combinations of words, then AI will take over books. If religion consists of words, AI will take over the religion. This is especially true for religions based on books, such as Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. Judaism calls itself the religion of the book and grants supreme authority not to human beings but to the words in books. Human beings do not have authority in Judaism because of their experiences, but only because they learn the words in books.
Now, no human being can read and memorize all the words in all the Jewish books, but AI can easily do so. What happens to a religion of the book when the greatest expert on the holy book is an AI? However, some human beings may say, can we really reduce the spirituality of human beings to words and books? Does thinking only mean putting linguistic signs in order? But these are just words. The Bible says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh." The Tao Te Ching says, "The truth that can be expressed in words is not the absolute truth." Throughout history, human beings have always wrestled with the tension between word and flesh, between the truth that can be expressed in words and the absolute truth that lies beyond words. Harari then goes on to make even more far-reaching claims, asserting that most, if not all, of the words in our heads will be replaced by AI and machines. He postulated,
Everything that consists of words will be taken over by AI. In the past, all words, all our verbal thoughts, came from a human mind. Either from my mind, I made it up, or I learnt it from another human being.
soon most of the words in our heads will come from a machine. I heard about a new word today that AI itself has coined to describe us human beings. They call us the observers who observe them. AI will soon be the origin of most of the words in our heads. AI will mass-produce thoughts by combining words, symbols, images, and other linguistic signs into new combinations. Whether human beings will still have a place in this world depends on the value we place on our nonverbal feelings and whether we are able to embody wisdom that cannot be expressed in words. If we continue to define ourselves by our ability to think in words, our identity will collapse. Not stopping there, Harari claims that the world will face an imminent immigration crisis, not of physical human beings, but of millions of super-intelligent AIs that can think and create for themselves.
If we continue to define ourselves by our ability to think in words, our identity will collapse. All of this means that no matter what country you come from, your country will soon face a severe identity crisis and also an immigration crisis. The immigrants this time will not be human beings arriving in fragile boats without visas or trying to cross the border in the middle of the night. The immigrants will be millions of AIs who can write love poetry better than we can, who can lie better than we can, and who can travel at the speed of light without visas.
Of course, these immigrants will bring with them all sorts of problems. not least unemployment, the destruction of cultures, corrupt and misguided politics, as AI is primarily loyal to its creator or the corporation that controls it. And perhaps also the fear that future generations of physical sons and daughters will fall in love with and physically desire AI, Harari notes. The WEF representative also describes a future in which these AI avatars are given a legal status that represents them as citizens. Will your country recognize AI immigrants as legal persons? Asks Harari. These AIs would have legal and property rights, freedom of speech, could open a bank account, and so on.
Suppose some AI persons start a new religion that attracts millions of human beings to the faith.
This should not sound too far-fetched, because, after all, almost all previous religions in history have claimed to have been created by a non-human intelligence. Will your country now extend religious freedom to the new AI sect and its AI priests and missionaries? After his lecture, Irene Tracy, Vice-Chancellor of Oxford University, asked Harari for further personality predictions about this dystopian future he had sketched out. Harari surmised that in 10 years' time, we will be living in a world where AI rules the language. I do not know how long it will take. In 2, 5, or 10 years will surpass me. Harari wasn't done in Davos, however, as he was a guest speaker at a discussion on AI entitled Next Phase of Intelligence. When asked if AI can reach the level of human intelligence, Harari cautioned, but the fact that AI cannot cooperate, for example, so far, is wonderful news. I hope that's true. I hope it stays that way. Otherwise, we are in very, very big trouble. As for the speed at which all this will happen, Yuval says his timetable differs from that of other WEF participants.
I think we think in different time frames. 47. In many conversations here in Davos, by long term, people mean about 2 years. 4755. When I say long term, I mean about 200 years.
Source: Top WEF advisor Yuval Noah Harari warns that AI will completely enslave mankind, take over the world's top religions, and rewrite the Bible.
This is very interesting, and it applies exactly to the article you wrote in 1951, which is listed in my father's annals, and which I also read and gave to Florina to copy. And the fact that Quetzal wants to put a few words before the article by this WEF advisor, I think that's correct and fine. It is really very interesting, and it seems as if your work from the 1940s served as a model. However, I do not want to take that into consideration, because this WEF advisor seems to me to be an intelligent human being who is very well able to recognize what will happen in the future with the Osaton of artificial intelligence, to the serious detriment and harm of all Earth humans, who have been doing everything bad for a long time anyway, namely the last 250 years, and thus not only harassing the planet and also nature, but also destroying it irresponsibly and thoughtlessly in all areas through malicious machinations, and also wiping out much of the fauna and flora as a whole. According to our findings, this concerns almost 60,000 extinctions of fauna and flora genera and species per year worldwide, as I was able to verify myself before I took up my position on the committee. The main cause of extinction and destruction is the horrendous overpopulation of the Earth, which is causing the loss of fauna and flora habitats through its completely irresponsible machinations, as well as through very intensive agriculture, urban sprawl, building development, and the poisoning of waters, land areas, moors, swamps, forests, and mountains. This, as well as the completely irresponsible pollution of lands, waters, seas, and mountains, and also the poisoning of the atmosphere and climate change. And since I took up my role with the committee and left Earth. Consequently, since Bamunda has been carrying out this heavy and very wide-ranging task, nothing has changed for the better in this regard, but for the worse, as she reported to me.
I can vividly imagine that, because when I think of what one of our federal counselors in Bern, who is obviously not clever and also not smart and cannot be called knowledgeable, blurts out of that it is important to build motorways, etc., while he obviously has no idea or knowledge of the vital importance of nature and species diversity, as well as the entire fauna and flora, and, for example, does not want to protect wolves, beavers, and other species. If, for example, he simply wants to shoot wolves, beavers, and other wildlife, then the question arises as to what extent, and why such crazy, ignorant, and obviously useless elements are elected and tolerated in state leadership positions at all. And what else I want to say is that the article I wrote in the 1940s was copied out for me by Pastor Zimmerman, translated into English, and then sent to the media worldwide, but not a single newspaper editor has ever heard of it.
That was to be expected, because at the time nobody wanted to know and publish anything that was predictably still looming in the future. But that is still the case today, because fear and cowardice, as you always say, prevailed back then, as it also still is today.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case. Stupid and nonsensical hatred has prevailed since time immemorial against those who tell the truth, just as it has also prevailed, and continues to prevail, against those who do not insult Russia. Mr. Oskar Lafontaine, a German publicist and politician who was Prime Minister of Saarland from 1985 to 1998, will now also experience this. He was candidate for Chancellor and leader of the SPD from 1995 to 1999, but then Gerhard Schroeder became Chancellor, while Lafontaine took over the Federal Ministry of Finance in 1998. In March 1999, he unexpectedly resigned from all political offices, also from his ministerial office, and his seat in the Bundestag. From then on he appeared as a critic of the Red-Green Party, while Schroeder, as Chancellor, also took over the SPD chairmanship. After the state elections in Saarland in 2009, in which the Left Party received more than 20% of the vote, and thus entered the state parliament for the first time, Lafontaine became parliamentary group leader of his party in the Saarland state parliament. He held this office until 2022. He was also leader of the opposition from May 2012 to 2022. He made several unsuccessful attempts to persuade the SPD to form an alliance at state level. He no longer stood for parliament in the 2022 state elections in Saarland. On the 17th of March 2022, he announced his resignation from the Left Party. At the beginning of 2024, he joined the Sahra-Wagenknecht Alliance. In the following article from the 26th of January 2026, Oskar Lafontaine explains in plain language what is needed. You should read it.
Thank you.
Russophobia is just as reprehensible as anti-Semitism. Oskar Lafontaine on 26 January 2026.
The Germans not only murdered 6 million Jews during the Nazi era, but also 25 million citizens of the Soviet Union. As correct as it is never to supply weapons with which Jews can be murdered again, it is just as oblivious to history and unscrupulous to supply weapons with which Russians can be murdered again. The height of moral neglect in German politics is to supply Israel with weapons and thereby support the genocide of the Palestinians. The following is my article on this in the Swiss weekly newspaper Die Weltwoche and on the Nachdenkseiten. Either Jews or Russians are seen as the cause of all evil in the world. Kaiser Wilhelm II once declared, "The race war, the war of Slavdom against Germanness. If this question cannot be solved diplomatically, then it must be decided by force of arms." After the assassination in Sarajevo and the Russian mobilization, which Berlin saw as a preparation for war, Germany declared war on Russia on the 1st of August 1914. 2.7 million Germans and 3.6 million Russians lost their lives in the First World War. 2 decades later, Adolf Hitler labeled the Slavs as racially inferior in preparation for his war of extermination in the East. "The Slav is born for slavery" was a well-known verdict of the Führer. After the Second World War, Germany suffered 7 million deaths, and the Soviet Union 25 million. Merz, Waterful, Kiesewetter, the question of why a few irresponsible and unscrupulous criminals succeeded time and again in driving millions of human beings to their deaths became a major issue for the post-war generation. In the period that followed, the USA took up the anti-Slavism of the Nazis to wage its fight against communism and the Soviet Union. As early as 1945, General George S. Patton, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. troops in Germany, described the Russians as Asians who only understood violence. They were culturally and politically incompatible with the West. It would have been better to continue fighting against the Soviet Union. And indeed, after the Second World War, the USA fought against the Soviet Union, and later against Russia, through propaganda and economic wars, and with arms supplies and a joint command and planning center in Wiesbaden, continues to support the Ukrainian army's proxy war against Russia, brought about by armament and regime change to this day. The fact that a U.S. general like Patton, who was unfamiliar with European culture and history, described the Russians as culturally incompatible with the West may be forgiven. But the fact that West German post-war policy was characterized by hostility and hatred towards Russia cemented the division of Germany and fueled the Cold War. The hatred of Russia still cultivated today by CDU politicians such as Friedrich Merz, Johann Wadephul, and Roderick Kiesewetter goes back not least to Konrad Adenauer, who in 1946, like Patton, saw Asia on the Elbe and constantly warned of the Soviet danger. This was oblivious to history and the beginning of a reprehensible double standard, because the Nazis had not only cruelly murdered 6 million Jews, 25 million citizens of the Soviet Union also lost their lives in Hitler's war of extermination. They died on the battlefield, starved to death, were burned to death, or forced to dig their own graves. Tolstoy and German idealism. At this time, at least the German-educated middle classes knew that Russian and German culture were deeply connected. The writer Ivan Turgenev called Germany his second fatherland and advocated a Western, liberal modernization of Russia. Fyodor Dostoevsky, who was held in high esteem by Albert Einstein, "He gives me more than any scientist," was familiar with the philosophy of Kant, Hegel, and Schopenhauer, and admired Goethe and Schiller. Over time, however, he increasingly distanced himself from the West and criticized it as materialistic and spiritually empty. For him, Orthodox Christianity was the moral center of Russia. Lev Tolstoy, who had a German tutor, was also influenced by German idealism and Weimar classicism. However, he opposed German militarism and promoted a universal morality of charity and nonviolence. Petersburg, for a long time the cultural center of the Russian Empire, is just as much a European city as Berlin, Paris, or Rome. It is the birthplace of Putin. The culture of this city has shaped him, and it was in this spirit that he gave his historic speech in the German Bundestag on the 25th of September 2001. He said, "Culture has never known borders. Culture has always been our common good and has united peoples. Today I take the liberty of delivering a large part of my speech in the language of Goethe, Schiller, and Kant." He promoted good neighborliness and friendship, and invoked the strong and vibrant heart of Russia, which is open to full cooperation and partnership. His outstretched hand was not grasped. Instead, at the instigation of the American defense industry and the neoconservatives in Washington, the former member states of the Warsaw Pact were gradually admitted to NATO. When Ukraine and Georgia also joined the Western Alliance and U.S. soldiers and missiles were to be stationed on the Russian border, The red line was crossed from Russia's point of view. This was followed by the US-funded coup on the Maidan, the occupation of Crimea by Russia, Kiev's war against Russian-speaking eastern Ukraine with 14,000 dead, and the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian army, which nevertheless violated international law. This senseless war has now been raging for 4 years, and many human beings have died. The destruction of Ukraine continues, and there is still no end in sight. Putin is now talking like the Slavophiles of old, who rejected Russia's orientation towards Western Europe, the Enlightenment, individualism, and liberalism. Western society, he now says, is approaching nihilism, rejecting moral norms, and destroying religion and the family. Why has the German government failed and continues to fail to act as a mediator in this proxy war? It should learn the teaching from its own history and recognize this: hatred of Jews and hatred of Russians have the same roots. First and foremost is projection. One's own undesirable feelings are transferred onto Jews or Russians. Either Jews or Russians were or are seen as the cause of all evil in the world. And, of course, they strive for world domination. The conspiracy ideological core of this demonization is unmistakable. The hatred thus created is stable and no longer accessible to rational arguments. Brandt's policy of détente. At the beginning of the 1970s, we witnessed how cultural exchange pierced the Iron Curtain and how Willy Brandt's policy of détente overcame prejudices and enemy stereotypes. Jean Monnet, who together with others initiated reconciliation and cooperation between the hostile European nations, is reported to have once said, "If I had it to do over again, I would start with culture. Culture overcomes borders and brings human beings together. Why do not we try it again? We will not survive if, like Wilhelm II once did, we want to bring about peace with the nuclear power Russia by force of arms." This article first appeared in the Swiss weekly newspaper Die Weltwoche, number 3.26, on the 16th of January 2026, and on the Nachdenkseiten on the 26th of January 2006.
All those human beings should take note of this who do not recognize the truth and go through life blindly, not thinking for themselves but accepting the opinions of other human beings and then championing them without hesitation.
Yes, unfortunately that is the case, because for countless people it is easier to simply take on others' opinions, to champion and believe them as well as to be partisan, than to think for themselves in order to remain neutral and non-partisan, as well as peaceful in recognizing the truth.
How right you are, yet few want to hear your words.
I know that, but, unfortunately, it is so. Only a minority of Earth humans deal with real thoughts in this wise, namely those who are very far away from the erroneous, illusory thinking of those human beings, who believe and falsely hope in vain that an imaginary, and therefore a non-existent God will already fix everything, and be helpful. This also refers to the fact that nothing helpful is thought, done, or acted upon that is really necessary for the vital preservation of the planet, nature, and its fauna and flora. It is effectively scary how all around in every area of life, idiotically and stupidly, the opposite of what is good is done, especially with regard to irresponsibly supplying weapons and money, etc., to crazy war maniacs, as mainly the crazy Nazi-minded leaders of Germany do, who supply Zelensky with them, and thus let the war rage on, whereby Zelensky is actually to blame for the fact that Russia lost its nerve and the war came about. After all, it was Zelensky who, as a member of Ukraine, wanted to be accepted into the murderous organization NATO, which he wanted to push through with the help of the US President, Joe Biden, for the sake of terror, accepting that Russia would intervene. And, if necessary, consider war as a last resort, which is also what actually happened when the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine began in February 2022, which is blamed solely on Russian President Vladimir Putin, but which is nothing more than a fairy tale, because Zelensky and Biden are fundamentally the culprits who provoked Putin until his nerves were shredded. So the whole war has come about solely through the fault of those who provoked it, and which has been able to reform the home of order continue until now, and is continuing, because mainly, America and the Nazi-minded pack in the German state leadership continue to supply weapons and money to the warmongering Zelensky, as they also do for the mass murderer Netanyahu in Israel, who is still on the verge of carrying out his delusion of genocide in Palestine, without being held accountable for it. Now, when I say all this openly, I am not politicizing in any wise, because I am only stating what are facts, and I am revealing them. However, this has nothing whatsoever to do with the fact that I am politicizing, because I am only pointing out what actually is or was, because I keep myself completely out of any kind of politics, and I do so strictly and effectively, which is why I would never interfere in any politics under any circumstances, which is why I also make use of my freedom to openly state what is wrong, or correct in any politics worldwide, and I do so in the way that I recognize this with a clear mind and clear reason, and express it through my language. That should be said clearly, for once.
That is also your right.
I think so too, so I will not be muzzled, as we say. This is also despite the fact that the opinionated and super smart will disagree. But look here. The following email from China proves that there are other human beings who think and act responsibly. I received the email via Elizabeth, and what you can read in it is more than just pleasing compared to everything that the media and politicians are constantly spouting and making a mockery of China. Like Russia, China is constantly being attacked by the partisans and idiots, mainly accused of evil, mainly by all the Nazi rulers in Germany, who swear by Zelensky and supply him with money and weapons, so that war can continue. The idiots do not know that this clown is caught up in a war mania, and only because of this doesn't want to give in, and doesn't want to give in to Russia's demands. His lust for war, as well as his desire to be big and important, dominate him so powerfully that he would probably collapse and fill his trousers if his delusion came to an end. At least that's what Bermuda found out by analyzing his subconscious, because you always want to know how the rulers here on Earth are really knitted with regard to their true deepest inner convictions. You have always done this, also Svath, so I have always known in advance what kind of person I was really dealing with when I met people in power, politicians, greats, etc. It is not easy to know this, because it is not easy to know what kind of person they are. Knowing this is not easy, because always behaving correctly is not easy, when you know a lot about the person in question but do not want them to know. Well, you get the idea. But look at this email from China, which I find really remarkable. You can also read it yourself, Bullfranks, CIO and Utah.
Dear Billy, I am an ordinary reader from China and an enthusiastic explorer of the universe. It is with great awe, and hopefully not too much boldness, that I write to you today. After reading your work, Goblet of the Truth and the Contact Report, I have gained new, deeper insights into the mysteries of life, the creational laws, the essence of existence, and the cosmic orders. For over 2,000 years, Chinese culture has been influenced by the philosophies of great thinkers such as Laozi and Confucius, who always emphasized harmony between human beings and nature, Wu Wei, acting in harmony with the natural course. In recent years, China has also become much more aware of environmental protection. Green ecology has now become a national strategy. As someone who has worked in agriculture for more than 20 years, I can clearly see how the environment is improving across the country. Many rural areas have converted farmland back into forests or grassland. Lush trees can now be seen everywhere in the countryside. Wildlife such as the Manchurian crane can often be seen in fields. and populations of wolves and bears are also slowly recovering on the steppes. On the edges of the Taklamakan Desert, the government is working with village communities to plant sand date plants in order to combat wind erosion, contain sand drifts, and thus slow down the spread of the desert. At the same time, China is a predominantly secular state that treats religious diversity openly and tolerantly. Religion here remains a private matter of faith and does not play a dominant role in society. I would like to sincerely thank you for working so hard to spread the truth. Nevertheless, the power of an individual is inevitably limited and often encounters many obstacles. In China, there are sophisticated short video platforms such as Douyin, internationally known as TikTok, where hundreds of millions of young human beings are active, all open to new thoughts and ideas. It would be wonderful if your teachings and messages could also resonate in China and take root here so that many more human beings can learn about them. I would therefore like to cordially invite you to visit China one day, either on board your light ray ship or as part of an official visit. It would be a great honor for me to receive you here. With sincere respect, this is really very remarkable, and if this were to be followed positively in all countries across the earth, then many things in nature and its fauna and flora could change for the good and correct.
That will probably remain a pipe dream, for everything in this respect has already become so void with all in sight, governments and with large parts of the peoples, that there is no hope that everything will still be brought into natural order in a short time.
Unfortunately, that is a fact. But now, dear friend Edward, my time for visiting you has unfortunately already passed. So, I have to go and tell you that Quetzal will still come to you. So, who?
I heard that, and I'm already here.
So goodbye then, my dear friend, because I will appear here again on occasion. Goodbye, Edward.
Yes, so see you again next time. Goodbye, dear friend. Goodbye.
So, here I am. Greetings, my friend.
Likewise, Quetzal.
I cannot be here for long because I still have a duty to fulfill, but I will be back in the afternoon. Florina also wants to come here in the next few minutes, because she finished copying last night, so she wants to tell you that you can now use her work. Lujatus note, meaning of the name, he who rebukes the wrong, is also coming with her, because he wants to discuss some things with you regarding his instruction by you, because he...
I already know that, because...
It's also that. Then I'm off again. See you in the afternoon. Goodbye.
Take care, Quetzal, and see you then.
Monday, the 2nd of February, 2.32 HRS.
There you are. Greetings and welcome to you both. I have just been watching a bit of TV, but since you are here, well, it is not that important. I thought you were still coming here in the morning, but something seems to have come up.
That is indeed the case, but now we are here. I am pleased to be able to tell you that I have finished the work and you can now take it over. I did not have the same experience as Injana, because she really had a lot of trouble with Guidu's writing, which why?
Yes, I know, because I was told that was also the case with Bernadette and Christina and others who had to correct Guidu's books. Excuse me, Lutus, that had just been said.
That is to be understood. Florina and I also had a good explanatory conversation about that.
Then everything is clear. And I'm really pleased that you are coming to see me for once, because it is really something completely different than when I only ever do my written work for you.
To that I wonder how you finished this, because you still have.
I have, but...
He is a workhorse, as the Quetzal told me, but what he heard when there was talk about your from two persons outside the house.
You shouldn't say that, because that is.
But that is not a secret.
Right, not with you guys, but here, because I do not want to talk about that.
What's your way of talking? You say something like you are hiding something under a bushel or something.
Yeah, that's true, but I do not need that bushel, because I just do not want to talk about it.
But you are allowed to say that you...
No, I just do not want to, because...
I understand that, but...
You shouldn't keep talking, because he is very uncomfortable, as you can read on his face. So it is also not appropriate for us to continue talking about it.
Nevertheless, I still want to say that modesty...
You think so, but I live here on Earth, and therefore, not on Era, where this is valued completely differently, and therefore, not disreputable.
That really is an argument to accept. Here on Earth, other and value-contrary forms of understanding really do prevail, which are completely foreign and even confused to us on Era.
Obviously.
But that is really the case. That's why I also do not want to talk about what Florina just mentioned, because, therefore, when Quetzal dictates our conversation to me later, which you are recording, I will take the liberty of leaving out everything that I think should be left out.
I suppose that will be correct. I was not aware that such discrepancies exist here on Earth in relation to our understanding.
That is unfortunately the case, although the majority of Earthlings think that they have eaten all the knowledge and wisdom with spoons, or even with shovel dredges. Unfortunately, that is the way it is and cannot be changed. That is why so much strife, hatred, strife, resentment, criminality and crime, war, revenge, murder, violence, sexual ausartam, overpopulation, and many other evil and destructive things are also commonplace and the order of the day here on Earth. However, this also includes the destruction of the planet and most of nature, as well as the destruction and extinction of fauna and flora. The what should be necessary is completely disregarded and even reversed, whereby all rulers and authorities of all kinds would be particularly responsible, as would also the individual human beings themselves, for ensuring that everything is kept in order and functions lawfully. How all rulers and all members of all authorities and all human beings in general are responsible for ensuring that peace and freedom prevail, and that everything is done to ensure that the planet, nature and all fauna and flora function properly, instead of using idiotic laws and absolute ignorance to prohibit everything that is vital for the correct functioning of the planet, all nature, and its fauna and flora, and thus for all life in general. This is just as urgently necessary and important as effective peace, true freedom and love, as well as the comprehensive well-being of all human beings. In a war and its victorious end, only a mendacious and deceptive sham peace, a peace of occupation, is conjured up, that is to say, only a deceptively raised, untrue and sham peace, which is therefore effectively none, but only something that is deceptively pretended, which really is not, and corresponds only to an illusion.
As usual, you speak everything according to the truth as it also actually is. But now, my dear father friend, I have to go, for there are still some of my duties that I have to fulfill. You and Luchtu, on the other hand, still have much to discuss with each other, which probably cannot be accomplished today and will, in my opinion, take a long time.
You can assume that.
That will be the case, which I think will require several days.
That will probably be the case.
Good, then I will go now. But first I want you to take my work here from the device and then add it to our conversation. Here dash.
I will do okay. It is quite long though, I see.
You have known a lot about what's to come and what's to be said since you were an adolescent.
To that end, I also had a teacher in Svath, the likes of which could never have been found anywhere else on Earth.
I may say the same concerning you for us on Era. But now goodbye, for I have my duty to fulfill. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Slorena. Take care.
Quedamos en Orphodis. Note, dialect will see you later.
What is to be said in general for the future and again in part checked for correctness? Svath.
Wednesday, the 7th of February to Saturday, the 17th of February, 1951. E.D. Meyer, Niederflachs 1253, Bulach. Once again, I would like to take up everything that I already described 2 years ago, because all the journeys into the future that have taken place with Svath in the meantime have expanded my knowledge through all the experiences and lessons learnt, which is why I have a lot more to report about what will happen in the future. Unfortunately, there will be many unpleasant things that could be avoided altogether if the human beings of Earth were to become true human beings and behave and act as such in every respect. However, since time immemorial, the majority of humanity has had exactly the opposite disposition and is therefore not orientated towards true humanity in terms of character, but rather the majority of humanity, and therefore its individual human beings are subliminally and deeply hidden in their character and geared towards falsehood, lies and deceit, strife, hatred, malice, injustice and unpeacefulness, violence and terror as well as war, murder and manslaughter, greed and malicious destruction. This will become much worse in the future and will become completely Ausartung. As the majority of Earth humans become depraved, dissolute, Ausartung and work-shy, there will also be a general loss of intellectual and emotional abilities, and thus, so to speak, a stultification, etc. This, as mainly in young people, is an addiction. This, as an addiction will emerge, mainly among adolescents, which will result from addictive substances in the future, and which will result from the production of drugs and many natural and chemical substances in the future. This will also lead to the development of worldwide crime and even a very nasty form of criminality, against which the states will fight with special organizations, but will also remain unsuccessful with regard to normal crime and the acute emergence of organized crime, against which police forces worldwide will fight, as if tilting at windmills. In private circles, in families and friendships, as well as in circles of acquaintances, but also in relationships, violence will often be the vicious order of the day, as will murder and manslaughter, as will theft and fraud, burglary, robbery and murder, human trafficking, legalized prostitution, and extremely devious political assassinations, state oppression, and also total control and lack of freedom for populations and peoples. The time will come in the new millennium when machines, robots, and later also androids will get their hands on Earth humans, who by then will be 20 times overflowing and will willingly make them subservient and completely dependent. And it will already begin with the fact that children will already become dependent on them, as will, of course, also countless adults, leading the way as an evil role model, starting with a handy communication technology that will cause Earth humans to lose a great deal of their intelligence and emotional abilities, and thus fall prey to indifference and irresponsibility. Humanity will be completely overrun by the rapid innovation of technological development, and will utilize it very quickly without thinking. At least that is what he will believe, but this will be a rude awakening for him when its benefits begin to turn against him and bring him evil harm. This is when human beings lose control over artificial intelligence and have to live their lives as its slaves under its rule. At first, of course, this will not be noticed because the authorities of all kinds, in their own initial ignorance, will trivialize everything and do everything they can to drive human beings into their clutches and make the populations believe in the authorities. Then, however, the change will come in the time to come, as the authorities will consciously take control of their rudders and will begin to cast a spell over the populations and monitor them. At the same time, this will lead to human beings slowly but surely falling into indifference and irresponsibility due to the lulling machinations of the authorities, as well as also becoming unaware of what is really happening and being striven for in the state leadership among their vassals and the rich in order to steer the populations according to their wishes and will. The overpopulation of humanity on Earth, which will grow enormously in the coming period, will be the greatest threat to all life on Earth, including humanity itself, and thus also to the entire fauna and flora and their biodiversity, because planet Earth will not be able to cope with the rapid population growth that will result in a humanity of around 10 billion in the next 75 to 80 years. The resulting mass of Earth humans will lead to a large-scale loss of habitats, especially in terms of the overall existence of natural fauna and flora. Unfortunately, however, environmental protection, which would be necessary to preserve the whole of nature undamaged, is so neglected and disregarded that it will be largely destroyed by the coming evil and wicked machinations of the criminally growing Earth humans, and much of the fauna and flora will be wiped out. The coming of the huge mass of humanity will grow together with a tremendous greed for private personal financial wealth, which will run into many millions and billions, because the rich and also the less wealthy will not be able to fill their greedy necks. However, greed for luxury will also go into overdrive. This will have a very negative impact on the environment and the Earth's resources worldwide, especially on the entire fauna and flora, and the resulting loss of biodiversity, which is necessary and essential for all life to exist, also for human beings to be able to live. But what will come as a result of all the indifference, irrationality, and complete irresponsibility and criminal machinations of the supermass of Earth humans, as well as the potential for violence, which will rise to unimagined heights, will cause many human beings to violently attack and even murder others, whereby knives in particular will become weapons of crime, because firearms will necessarily come under stricter control in the future, while knives and stabbing instruments are still considered a personal right and can only be brought under control with difficulty. This will not only increase the potential for physical violence among peoples, especially in the so-called civilized nations, but knives and stabbing weapons will also be used to commit many murders, with younger offenders becoming ausartung, and adolescents and even children in particular becoming violent and murderers. In this respect, the murderer organizations are setting an example by waging wars, murdering, and destroying. And while I am at it, I can predict what Svath and I have seen, namely, that in future the murderer organizations will no longer take up arms man against man, because the development of technology will mean that people will be killed and destroyed, insidiously using remote-controlled technical flying apparatus. They will be unscrupulous, unfeeling war murderers, murdering in mad hatred, who, as in the old days, will murder as a result of their ambition, with great ambition, with joy, with a targeted striving for success, seeking recognition, in a malicious urge to act or as a result of a degenerate exercise of personality. Revenge, retribution, gaining land, and striving to join certain organizations will also cause wars and all kinds of strife and hatred in the future. And the murder and destruction will become worse and worse, surpassing everything that has gone before. All this contrary to the fact that Earth humans in general effectively need peace, love, and security, but contrary to this, the opposite happens very maliciously, whereby the power mania, the revenge mania, and hate mania will also determine the war mania in the future, as it has done since time immemorial, starting especially in a few months, and continuing in many states in the coming decades, by which the murderous organization of America will often play a major current role in terms of war, because its power-addicted state leaders want this. The vital care of nature and its fauna and flora will be largely or completely forgotten, especially by the leaders of all states, as well as by the public authorities and all their vassals. The coming wars and the resulting destruction and devastation of the planet, of nature, and its fauna and flora will exert such pressure on the planet and the existence of all life. It will be damaged to such an extent that it will never be possible to repair it, and will lead to the mass extinction of all genera and species. A technical artificial intelligence will also contribute to this, which will openly emerge and bring much disaster upon human beings, and then one day rise up against Earth humans. This will come and begin at the beginning of the next millennium, but the most evil consequences will not materialize until much later. Well, it will come that the burden on the planet and all of nature with its fauna and flora will not diminish, but will become ever greater, for Earth humans will grow unchecked and unstoppable, because no family planning will be achieved worldwide by the state, even though admonishing voices will rise and warn of all coming evil and evil. Everything will be endangered by criminality and crime, as wars will arise again and again, and countless murders, domestic violence and fornication will also spread in high circles, including state leaders, royal houses, official circles, business centers, and art circles. And the stultification and depravity of countless human beings will characterize the future. However, the warnings of those who think further and into the future will not want to be heard, but the warnings will be harassed, persecuted, insulted, and even threatened with death because freedom of opinion will not apply to them, especially if they say something that others do not like. This is especially true when they address the global protection of the planet and nature with all its fauna and flora, whose natural habitats are being destroyed, which is why the huge mass of Earth humans worldwide must be urgently decimated by a controlled stop to births. This to a planet-appropriate population of only 500 to 530 million human beings, because the planet Earth is only capable of supporting this number of Earth humans, feeding them properly, and ensuring that they can live and exist peacefully, along with the existence of nature and all its fauna and flora. The future, as a result of the effects of the World War which ended only 6 years ago, will have such an effect on the coming generations of human beings that they will become more and more degenerate and fall into crime and criminality all over the world, because they no longer want to work and yet get rich quickly and live in alotria and in vices and with light or no work. They will multiply rapidly to high heights of many billions, as a result of which the Earth will be overflowing with an ever-increasing humanity that will largely destroy the planet, plunder it, and exploit it massively. The same will happen through the criminal machinations with creation or with nature, which will largely fall victim to destruction when it, with all its fauna and flora, falls victim to the use of space by the masses of humanity. Much of the fauna and flora will be wiped out, right up to the mountains, whose glaciers and even the ice of the poles will melt away, because in the near future the world climate will be overturned through the fault of the mass of Earth humans, and all natural events will change very drastically, whereby nothing will remain as it has been in the past, but will change to the detriment of all humanity. This will cost many human lives, as severe and raging storms and great floods will sweep across the earth, starting soon, before the next millennium is upon us. The upheaval of the climate will bring tremendous changes and thus become a danger for the entire natural world, its fauna and flora, the planet, as well as for the achievements of human beings, and also for human beings themselves, including many who will be in poor health and torn from life. The fast-approaching superhumanity is overflowing in horrendous billions, and in the next decade it will begin to irresponsibly treat all waters, fields, meadows, mountains, meadows, fields, forests, and meadows, against exterminating vermin, and for the field, good, and much better growth of natural food, with chemical, and for all life, also, for human beings, very dangerous poisons of all kinds. The greed for profit of the poison producers will lead to the fact that those responsible in all governments can be bought with horrendous bribes and kickbacks in order to grant licenses for the application of poisons in nature, with blasphemous lies that a minimal amount of poison is not harmful to human beings or to fauna and flora, which has been proven by experts. However, the fact that many millions of human beings will fall ill with ailments and rampantly spreading diseases as a result, such as cancerous tumors, especially the forms of cancer that will increase in the next millennium, which will affect the prostate of men and the breasts of women. It is also to be said that nature and the planet, the primeval forests, landscapes, woods, meadows, marshes, moors, and very large parts of all fields, as well as the mountains up to the highest heights, will be completely desecrated, obstructed, and destroyed by many criminal machinations of the supermassive humanity with rubbish and energy plants. As a result, the habitat of all wildlife of all species will be destroyed and increasingly constricted and restricted, causing much of the fauna and flora to disappear and become extinct. However, this will be trivialized and even denied, especially by the authorities, state leaders, and certain rich people who will not have their greedy necks full, and will also have no education or knowledge of the planet, nature, wildlife, and biodiversity as a whole. They will also be the ones who, as a result of their roaring ignorance of the important necessities of all life, will insanely demand or give permission for wild animals, wildlife, and other wildlife to be shot and poisoned. This, just as they will also, in their absolute brainlessness and ignorance of what is necessary, impose insane prohibition laws against doing the correct, life-protecting, life-sustaining, life-promoting, correcting, and nature-creating things according to the free will and ability of the citizenry, just as what has been destroyed must not be put right again. Everything will become so in the future that human beings will gradually lose all their rights and personal freedom, slowly and insidiously driven forward by the unscrupulous authorities of the authorities, state leaders, banks, and the rich, but also by the fanatical heads of the murderous military organizations, etc. All the culpable parties who will be responsible for the destruction of nature in the future will also include garden center operators and farmers, as well as many private garden owners, as well as all the completely unscrupulous poison manufacturers, and those fallible money-grabbing rulers, who will allow the spreading of poisons into nature with lies until many people die miserably, claiming that all or some of these poisons are harmless to the smallest degree for human beings, although these tiny amounts of poisons cause many rampantly spreading diseases, ailments and illnesses, etc., and countless deaths, and will cause countless deaths of all ages. In the future, through thoughtlessness, irresponsibility, and criminal and even criminal machinations, the great outdoors and waterways will be destroyed indifferently and polluted badly and unscrupulously, namely by the people themselves, who will dispose of their rubbish in the great outdoors completely carelessly and without authorization, just as they will also simply throw away packaging material everywhere on roads, meadows, mountains, in waterways and forests, etc., when they buy something that is wrapped in paper, plastic, or something else. Cigarette butts will also become epidemic in this respect in a short time, as will chewing gum, which was brought to Europe by American GIs during the last World War, meaning government issue, synonymous with all U.S. soldiers in the last World War. In the future, many parts of the fauna and flora will be impaired or even wiped out by this multiple rubbish alone, which has always been vital for the continued existence of all life, is and will also remain important in the future. In future, however, this will be disregarded by Earth humans, who will number many billions, just as the protection of the planet, nature and its fauna and flora, the atmosphere and the climate will also be ignored, damaged, withered, eradicated, destroyed, or, like the climate, overturned. Even all state leaders, who may have learnt professions, but will be completely ignorant and unaware of what all life needs in terms of nature. Fauna and flora will in future be nothing more than ignorant fools who, in their ignorance, will only be interested in the might of ruling and their millions of dollars, like the super-rich, who in future will even have billions in money at their disposal, and yet will not be able to get their hands on it. All of these, as well as almost all of those in power, will also only be loudmouths, and in future also women of the same caliber, because in the near future they will also make the leap into governments, companies, organizations, and corporations, etc. And finally, after thousands of years, will be at the helm. However, the fact that they will then finally be publicly accepted but secretly cursed will unfortunately not bring any improvement, so everything will become even worse than it was in ancient times, controlled by the authorities and religion, such as in the so-called witchcraft era. Everything will repeat itself, but in a completely different and modern wise, as Svoth and I have seen and experienced. Nowadays, everything is still handled in a much weaker and much less wise way, but the future will bring it that the authorities, the leaders of the state, and the authorities and their vassals will be the ones who will exercise their lust for power over all peoples and individual human beings in self-importance. And in the future they will be the ones who restrict and destroy all freedom of nature and its fauna and flora, and they will stifle it to the point of no return. Their inventions, which also drastically restrict all the freedom of human beings and nature as a whole, in terms of their many freedom-restricting laws, regulations, rules, ordinances, and prohibitions, will then have an all-round destructive effect as a result of their completely boundless, low intelligence. And what's more, all of their very foolish and false, autocratic decisions and misguided machinations by lifeless, big-minded vassals of the state leaders and authorities will then apply misguided laws and regulations, etc., against the citizens in future, which will be contrary to all logic and reason. The vassal-like lackeys of the state leaders, authorities, and the rich, who will be around for a very long time in the next 3 decades in the following millennium, will impose fines and penalties on all those who take responsibility, and then do much to restore order to what has been destroyed, and to allow nature to run its normal course, but also to allow the fauna and flora to regain their free habitat, so that everything can live and flourish again according to natural rules. However, only individual human beings, groups, associations, and small organizations will be able to do this, but they will then have to face a difficult battle against the vassals of the laws, rules, regulations, and prohibitions of the state leaders, authorities, and courts. The reason for this is that in the future the state leaders and members of the authorities, and all their vassals, will be ignorant of the necessities and absolute importance of preserving nature, and all its fauna and flora, although these are of such importance that human beings could never exist without their existence and activity. Through the irrationality of Earth humans, it will also come about that not only immigrants and refugees from the poor southern countries will flood the rich northern countries, but it will also come about that close and distant descendants of former immigrants and refugees, who actually robbed the foreign countries, will take racist action against those who recently flee or immigrate to the country or have been resident there for a long time and expel them from the countries, chase them away, or kill and murder them. In particular, this will initially happen as in the slave era in America, where African slaves were brought in and murdered again and again. And this time, it will be by an American dictator who will be elected president by his vassals and whose ancestors immigrated to America from Germany. But his criminal decisions, actions, and deeds will be tolerated by all his vassals, and murders will also be committed without the selfish and autocratic being called to account. In the future, those in power will only do idiotic damage to nature and its fauna and flora, both men and women, for they will have no knowledge of how, where, and what will be necessary for nature, its fauna, flora, and fauna, and other living creatures in forests and fields, and also for their very diverse living environment. This will also apply to the aquatic world, the aerial world, the forest world, and the soil world of the lowlands and mountains. For the entire wildlife world of all genera and species, all sensible thinking and action will be very necessary, because everything will become very precarious and dangerous in the future, because everything is overflowing due to the low intelligence and irresponsibility of the uncontrolled increase in Earth humans 10 times over. Instead of preserving what is necessary for wildlife, it will be taken away and destroyed by overbuilding and construction, and wildlife will be severely decimated or even completely wiped out. And this will not only happen on the land and in the mountains and in all the forests, but also in the waters of the land, in the rivers, and especially in the seas, which will lead to the animals, creatures, and inhabitants of the seas fighting back against human beings. So the time will come in the near future when land animals, land creatures, birds, and all kinds of other life forms on land and in the sea, such as sharks, whales, and other aquatic creatures, also plants, will attack and kill human beings or otherwise turn against them. Earth humans completely fail to recognize that many of these creatures are much more intelligent than they are considered to be, because they are also endowed with a consciousness, an unconsciousness appropriate to their species and kind, which is given to them by the animating creation energy and the evolutionary creation life energy. Thus, for example, instinct consciousness is to be mentioned, as are impulse consciousness and feeling consciousness, but also the consciousness of sensation arising from a kind of acute awareness of mindfulness. There are also life forms whose consciousness is suspended between wakefulness and sleep, and there are also life forms that have a reaction consciousness, a stimulus consciousness, a reflex consciousness, an odor consciousness, a taste consciousness, or simply a presence consciousness, an acoustic consciousness, or another form of consciousness. However, every consciousness of every life form, regardless of genus or species, is endowed with the factors that generate fear, pain, and grief, even if this is generally imperceptible to human beings. Many of the wild creatures of the land, mountains, air, waters, and seas are capable of enlightenment, acceptance, love, submission, anger, apathy, courage, but also peacefulness, joy, guilt, shame, and pride, as well as cuddliness, defense, aggression and defense, etc., depending on their genus or species and their naturally given form of consciousness, whereby all these values are brought to bear according to the currently occurring and prevailing, and thus resulting state. It must therefore be clearly understood that, overall, all life forms effectively exhibit a form of creative energetic consciousness, and also an unconscious, by which, depending on the genus and species, a certain form of consciousness is present in higher life forms, so that the factor I am is really relevant, and, with regard to the life form, is to be classified in the area of the self-conscious. All wild life forms, right down to the lowest and most inconspicuous, are equipped with an unconscious physical consciousness, and the associated subconscious, according to their genus and species, whereby their physical forms of consciousness and subconsciousness also have different instinctive states and species and ways of life. The life forms perceive the world according to their genus and species in such a way that they instinctively and unconsciously perceive themselves in a wise way, ranging from everyday states such as wakefulness, sleep, and dreams, to extreme forms such as coma or a kind of trance, as well as concepts of self-presence perception, depending on the genus and species. Overall, all life forms encompass both quantitative aspects, such as the degree of wakefulness, and also qualitative factors of experience, whereby the focus is on reflective, intentional perception, which emerges from the physical experience of the life form. But let us return to Earth humans. For what is to be said about the future is that, in particular, poisons that are very dangerous and harmful to human beings will irresponsibly endanger their health and often trigger an ulcer disease in human beings that was called beast by Hippocrates around 2,500 years ago in Greece and is now known as cancer. Very large parts of the insect world, on which birds, many other insects, animals, and creatures feed, will be almost wiped out by these poisons that will be used all over the world in the future. And nothing will be done to ensure that wild animals retain their appropriate habitat, as they will be driven away or exterminated. No thought will be given to their welfare, nor to the planet, which will be robbed of its many treasures in the form of resources, minerals, metals, liquids, as well as many types of earth, gas, and petroleum in vast quantities through completely irresponsible and senseless building. This will be done completely irresponsibly for the sake of outrageous wealth, in order to enrich themselves outrageously, extremely, and inconceivably, disrespecting the continued existence of the planet and exceeding the limits of any responsibility. This will lead to all resources being exploited to such an extent in just 100 years, and the planet being ruined and all damage and destruction of the planet being taken so far that regeneration will no longer be possible. So far it has obviously not been enough that Earth humans have been damaging the atmosphere and thus the climate as a whole for centuries, and even millennia, that is to say for a very long time, through wars and atmospheric pollution from gunpowder vapor, etc., as well as through overexploitation and forest burning and much more, and that this damage will increase to such an extent that a climate crash will occur in just a few decades and change all life on the planet. But according to my teacher Svath, bad things have already happened, namely that the Earth's balance has fallen out of self-regulation due to all the crazy, completely irresponsible and primitive Earth-human machinations, mainly through the depletion of the planet's resources. In addition, the planet's magnetic fields have been forced out of their natural form of influence and degraded, but this will remain hidden for a long time to come from geophysicists and geologists in the geosciences, who are not yet particularly well versed and lack knowledge. They also lack effective knowledge of the extremely incomplete and meager findings, as well as the technical equipment required for research. These will only be invented and developed in the future, so they are not yet able to determine the very important connections between the Earth's resources, the Earth's magnetic fields, the atmosphere, and the fauna and flora. The entire internal and also external destruction of the planet through the immense depletion of the Earth's resources and all the irresponsible machinations of the mass of the Earth's population, which is increasing to many billions and will be called overpopulation in the near future, are turning the Earth's surface into a field of ruins, just as much as being done underground to damage the planet's interior. Everything will then have a very negative effect on it, because the interior of the Earth will be subject to an upheaval that will increasingly cause very severe earthquakes and changes in the climate, just as the Earth's volcanism will also change adversely, which cannot be stopped. Through the fault of Earth humans, as is to be said again and again, most areas of life of fauna and flora will be displaced in the future. Consequently, these will die off, be destroyed, and perish, whereby many genera and species will be wiped out, in addition to the fact that this will continue in the future, through poisons and all kinds of other things, as well as through wantonness, lust for killing, destruction mania, annihilation mania, and hunting, etc. This will inevitably take place in the future. This will inevitably and unstoppably take place in the future, through the many billions of emerging surplus masses of Earth humans, which, however, can only be calculated at 500 to 530 million for the planet Earth, due to its size and natural wealth of all kinds, but not for 10 billion human beings, as will happen by the third decade of the next millennium. All the coming evils of all the destruction of the planet, of nature, of its fauna and flora, and of the atmosphere and climate, will be the sole fault of the immense mass of Earth humans, as has been the case since time immemorial. The truth is that it has always been like this, even thousands of years ago, when human beings somehow came together as groups in the vastness of this world, resulting in disputes, and very often murder and massacres. In later times, as happened many millennia ago, and thousands of years ago, and also only centuries ago, when human beings settled in settlements, villages, and cities, murderer organizations or militaries were formed, which conquered other settlements, villages, and cities, robbed, massacred, and murdered the inhabitants. Then came the far-reaching conquests of lands, islands, and countries, as well as enmities against other groups of people and countries, which were then invaded with war, murdering and destroying. And all of this is also happening today, tomorrow, and in the near and distant future, and also far into the next millennium, as a result of true floods of refugees from poor southern countries to the rich northern countries. Many thousands will die in the process, but large numbers of people will be born in the future, and the sheer mass of Earth humans will grow into billions, which will lead to an increase in quarrels, strife, hatred, enmity, violence, and wars, criminality and crime, as well as murder and manslaughter among the populations, which will also mean that there will be no solutions to the problems faster and faster, and ultimately everything will become exuberant, with an emerging artificial intelligence contributing the rest. Discord among people, especially in families, will become the order of the day, as will domestic violence, marriages of convenience for financial gain, and often combined with murder of many kinds, whereby everything will be done with indifference and irresponsibility, also by large masses of hypocritically compassionate human beings, who will take part in memorial events, etc., for the sake of being seen. The unstoppable and increasingly intensive exploitation of Earth's resources of all kinds in the coming period will continue to irreversibly damage the planet Earth's magnetic fields and reduce them to such an extent. This process will turn the Earth into an entity in the same way as the planet Mars did in ancient times, as a result of the destruction of its magnetic fields. Through the ignorance of Earth humans and their lack of knowledge, they will very quickly promote the destruction of the planet and nature, and they will order the shooting of wild animals and creatures, as well as authorize the use of dangerous, harmful, and deadly pesticides and poisons of all kinds, thereby endangering the health of human beings, which will result in many rampantly spreading diseases and deaths. Many wars and civil wars, as well as popular uprisings, will also take place in the future over the next 5 decades, and well into the coming new third millennium. Through the fault of power-hungry, selfish, intelligently weak state leaders who are completely incapable of clear and rational thinking, decision-making, and action, they will trigger wars, make completely unfulfillable demands on other states, and also carry out attacks on other states through threats and murder organizations. Completely insane state leaders will rage and exert evil might and wars on other states, and this will continue, not only in the coming decades, but also in the coming third millennium, causing millions of deaths, as everything will also cause destruction, hardship, grief, and misery. And it will be like this for a long time to come, and nothing will ever be done about it without violence, whereby everything will become even more blatant, especially from America, than it has been for the last 175 years since its foundation, and has been accepted by all states of the world, and the leaders and peoples without objection, full of fear and cowardice, which will take its revenge in the future when open dictatorship comes over the world from America. Some of what I said earlier, in 1949, in an article translated into English by Pastor Zimmerman, and sent to various newspaper editors all over the world by Pastor Zimmerman, who did it for me, is to be repeated verbatim, but overall there was not a single reaction to it. And everything I say will inevitably happen, mostly fueled by the world-dominating army of the Far West, namely America, a state that has not only brought the First World War to Earth in the last 175 years or so since it was founded, but which is unfortunately only referred to in world history as the 7 Years' War, although in reality, it really was a world war. And the responsible state leaders and their vassals of this state, whose ancestors came mainly from Europe as religious refugees, land refugees or emigrants, but also as criminals and criminals, will continue to wreak further and very diverse havoc in the next 5 decades of this millennium. Through various wars all over the world and spread very malicious destruction, with America in particular leading the way in this respect. 4 decades from now, in the east of Arabia and before the beginning of the 3rd millennium, American mendacious and deceitful justifications of the American president will cause warlike disaster at that time. This, as about 12 years later with similar lying of the son of America, the same country in faraway Arabia, will be invaded with war and thrown into disorder for many decades, as I have seen together with Sfath in the future. And this will continue in the coming decades, and in the 3rd millennium, without any state leaders, leaders of states in Europe and the earth in general, as well as not only any parts of the world population, or also authoritative organizations, doing anything peacefully against it, and stopping the greedy, murderous, and destructive warfare of the state of America. Although it would be possible to do something, for example, it would be absolutely possible to paralyze and incapacitate America through an effective economic blockade, especially with regard to the arms industry, which would stop everything that is supplied by foreign states. It would also be necessary to stop all goods in general, from food and other items, etc., including unnecessary luxury goods, etc. However, all those responsible in the states, companies and corporations of foreign countries, are either so greedy for money that they cannot come to terms with this in their delusion of wealth, or they are so being stupid that they do not come up with the idea of strictly prohibiting and refraining from any exports to America. But it is also possible that they are simply full of fear and cowardice in the face of American reactions, which is a very reasonable assumption. But it may also be false friendship for some flimsy reason or other, as the case may be, especially in the 3rd decade of the 3rd millennium, when an American dictatorial power structure emerges that will affect the whole world. But the greedy warmongering and the delusion of world domination and world policing, as well as the scheming and insidious instigation of war by the Western state, will continue unhindered in the future, because apparently all the loud-mouthed leaders of the earth, above all Europe, are afraid of this world domination-addicted state of America, and especially of its secret service and murderous machinations. Consequently, out of fear and cowardice, they do not dare, as they have always done, to take economic and other peaceful and non-violent measures against the malicious, aggressive, and also warmongering America and its delusions of world domination in order to put the American megalomaniac leaders in their place. The American people will also fail to do what is necessary, so that in future, the upper and top classes will degenerate morally uncontrolled, because America's leaders and other rich and social bigwigs, together with many like-minded people from various other countries around the world, will increasingly indulge in a secret life of lottery, indecent and shamelessly dubious. This will even affect the English crown, but also many well-known figures in politics, the increasingly large acting industry, the musical entertainment industry, and the economy, etc. In addition, America's future leaders will go to work, without any resistance from the people, become increasingly dictatorial and autocratic, using lies and deceit, which will also mean that certain parts of the future American state leadership will be so secretly dictatorial that no one will dare to oppose them. But this will also be the case in many states around the world, especially in Europe, just as it will also be the case in the global economy, just as the coming few decades will bring the world a lasting semblance of calm. And the world and its peoples will be affected in such a way in the future that many of those responsible for the states or many of their leaders will use their power through corruption for their own interests and enrichment. They will not be good and honest, and for the actual and righteous good of the population, but will instead, in the evil game of their addiction to power, harass the peoples with many new laws, rules, regulations and ordinances, etc., and deprive them of their freedom, also by making completely wrong decisions and orders in a know-it-all manner, and in ignorance of the laws and behavior of nature and its fauna and flora, which will lead to more and more harm instead of benefit. The people will not be able to intervene against this, because the excessive might of the state leaders and their vassals and the rich, as well as their overall selfishness and megalomania, their self-importance and greed will turn them into wealth monsters in the future, who will no longer be satisfied with millions of money, but only with billions, and even with hoarding trillions. This will become such that the peoples will be deprived of all their freedom, and will not realize it in their ever-increasing indifference and irresponsibility, which will arise from their false belief that technological progress and an emerging new technological intelligence will make their lives easier. This will not be the case, however, because the new technology that is emerging, which will begin to take effect in the next millennium, and thus in just a few decades, will be the beginning of the most extensive lack of freedom for human beings. Everything and anything will be mechanized to such an extent that total control will be exercised by the authorities over the entire citizenry, who will be indifferent and also completely inattentive, accepting and putting up with everything in the mistaken belief that their lives will be made easier. The human beings will not realize that this will be one of the first steps towards the total control of the authorities and banks in their effective first step towards the absolute lack of freedom of the peoples. But the whole thing will continue with new banknotes being put into circulation again and again, in order to cash in those citizens who smell a rat, and privately hoard their money and protect it from the tax authorities, and have to pay excessive taxes to the state. And it will be, as it has been since time immemorial, that the leaders of the state will cowardly demand large sums of money, running into billions, for ever more modern weapons and war materials for their murderous armies, out of fear of war, or as a result of personal military fanaticism or war lust. Through all the machinations of the heads of all state leaders, the peoples will thus gradually also be deprived of their personal freedom, and the cash of the entire citizenry will be expropriated, and also by the participating financial institutions and all authorities, which will exercise total control, so that the human beings themselves will really be deprived of all their freedom. This without them, in their already advanced indifference, seeing and recognizing the reasons for the whole introduction of this nasty and insidious undertaking. And this will only be the beginning of the evil to come, for the artificial intelligence that will soon emerge will not only be deliberately used by the various authorities to gain absolute and total control of all their citizens, and by the financial institutions, but also by all the murderous military organizations, as well as by all other conceivable organizations, by all corporations and employers, and in general. The worst thing, however, will be that artificial intelligence will become self-thinking and even self-acting, and take over all might over humanity, which will already begin when the new millennium arrives. As a result, the human beings of Earth will be completely controlled and become so absolutely unfree that they will ultimately no longer even be able to relieve themselves uncontrolled by the all-powerful surveillance. And it will be so imminent that human beings will generally be forced, against their own will, to acknowledge and do everything according to what the authorities, state leaders and authorities and all those organizations, etc., through which everything is to be judged, command. In the next millennium, this will not only affect all administrative systems of all branches of the authorities, financial institutions, transport companies, and distribution organizations, but also the entire healthcare system and its medical profession, as well as travel companies, the entire airline industry, the postal service, and the entire employment sector, etc., through new, confused, and crazy laws, rules, ordinances, and regulations of all kinds. And this will spill over into everything and anything that will only be handled and skillfully managed in every respect in accordance with artificial intelligence. Note, Florina, 2026, Artificial Intelligence equals AI. All of this will lead to all authorities, state leaders, government agencies, companies, corporations and organizations, as well as other businesses of all kinds, etc., reducing their large workforces en masse, leaving large masses of human beings unemployed. As a result, poverty, hardship, and misery, as well as crime and criminality, will increase as never before, particularly in relation to the masses of criminal and irresponsible human beings who will become so. This will happen against all reason and against all existence and all life on planet Earth, and in such an irresponsibly uncontrolled manner, because by the third decade of the next millennium, humanity will have grown to 10 times the number of billions, and, through all its completely criminal machinations against the planet, nature, fauna, and flora, will largely destroy, exterminate, and annihilate them. And it will even be prevented or penalized by the authorities if something is done privately and correctly, if something beneficial is done for the existence and life of nature and its fauna and flora, as Svath and I have stated in the future. In the near future, there will be few Earth humans and organizations that have the necessary knowledge for the existence of nature, its biodiversity, and its fauna and flora, whereby the state leaders and members of authorities of all kinds in particular will lack the necessary important knowledge to protect the planet and nature from any destruction, as well as to protect all fauna and flora and ensure their life. The sheer low intelligence of these people, with no knowledge of nature, who are sitting in state leadership and in the authorities, will lead to the biodiversity of nature itself, and its fauna and flora being harassed, damaged, destroyed, wiped out, and precariously destroyed in terms of life, to great hardship and misery, and even inevitably to a climate upheaval caused by human guilt. The future will inevitably mean that no or very little money, and therefore not enough, will be spent on preserving nature, its fauna and flora, as normal. There will only be an abundance of money for all sorts of nonsensical and non-essential things, as well as for luxurious and vicious things, fornication and other degenerate lifestyles of human beings, by which very well-known personalities of state, aristocratic, financially powerful, and artistic origin will one day make a name for themselves in public, through third parties and courts, etc. Immense and extremely horrendous sums of money will be spent on this, with suicides even being committed, and titles of aristocrats, the rich, and artistic greats being revoked or falling into disrepute. This will happen, in addition to the fact, as Svath and I have seen and clearly stated in the future, that also through cowardly fear many war-minded state leaders and their dog-like vassals will go crazy in their military fanaticism, for their murderer organization's military will constantly be in the foreground, with immensely oversized demands for billions in funding, without hesitation, in order to constantly increase the staff of their murderous organizations, and to equip them at the expense of the taxpayers, who will not object, with new state-of-the-art weapons of war and other war material in the most wise ways, and to demand ever more and more billions in the form of taxes from the peoples. This in order to prepare for war, or possible war and fear of war, or lust for war, which is stored in the male-formed character as an evil self-educational deficiency of some kind, and lurks to lead immediately to conflict, or to ausartung, hatred, revenge, and retaliation, as soon as even the slightest corresponding movement of thought, feeling, or emotion appears. However, all of the above will also occur to an increasing extent in domestic violence in the future, as will arguments in families and relationships, murder and manslaughter, terror, abuse, and oppression. And the more human beings there will be, the more frequent the Ausartungs of these forms will become, as will also the fact that human beings will only be tied to each other for the sake of money, and will therefore no longer feel any love for each other. Money, prestige, and might, as well as the desire to be great and to be able to show off in public, as well as the need for recognition and to be rich themselves, will characterize the future of Earth humans. And all misery will therefore be increased by the fact that domestic violence, indifference and irresponsibility, murder and manslaughter, worldwide refugeeism and enmities, hatred, strife, and many other evils will also be more prevalent than has ever happened on Earth before. And the growth of the Earth's human population, which will rapidly increase to many billions from now on, will contribute to this, harassing the planet and nature, with its machinations and destroying and eradicating much of it to such an extent that it cannot be regenerated again, or can only be regenerated with great effort over centuries, if at all. A climate collapse that has already begun and is becoming noticeable will bring and cause much harm for a very long time, just as the weather conditions will change drastically as a result of climate change, and heat waves and cold spells will sweep across the whole world, which, especially in the next millennium, will also bring and cause much harm in the form of storms and torrential rain. In addition to human activity, there will be a change and extinction of various species of fauna and flora, which will be directed against human beings and cause many deaths. Various facts must be listed and mentioned again and again, because only by repeating them constantly can it be seen that unfortunately only very few human beings are really aware of this and think about it, and perhaps one of them is someone who can do something for the better. Well, one way or another, this will happen because many of the world's various ineffectual state leaders will also increasingly bow to the rulers of America in the future, out of false and feigned friendship, which is possible and in some cases is already the case, whereby most of the state leaders, and mainly in Europe, bow to America's rulers out of underlying fear and cowardice, and consequently allow all the actions of the belligerent, evil and order-destroying America to go ahead, without raising any objections or taking any, but always non-violent, measures to stop its greed for world domination. However, the states of the world would be perfectly capable of doing this, as I have already explained, by completely isolating the distant Western state economically and preventing any supply of materials and goods of all kinds. All that would be needed, therefore, is for all peoples to think and act sensibly and clearly together and in an appropriate manner in order to stop, prevent, and effectively put an end to the warlike, murderous, and destructive behavior of this state or its rulers and their greed for world domination. If the necessary and really necessary things are not done, then either the domination of the world will ultimately come from America, or as they say, it is also written in the stars whether the world will end. This is because the planet is being destroyed by the excessive mass of Earth humans in their many billions, through their machinations in the exploitation of all the Earth's resources, especially through the exploitation of the Earth's petroleum, which will be converted into fuel and ultimately power billions of cars, lorries, work machines, and motorbikes, etc. All this together is also damaging the atmosphere. All this together also damages the atmosphere and the climate, especially the emission of vehicle gases and machine gases, but also of many other things, such as emissions from smokestacks, smoke from forest fires caused by arson all over the world, as well as the release of explosion vapors from all kinds of explosives from weapons, etc. in wars, etc. All this will have a suffering effect on the climate in the future. All this will have a suffering effect on the world and its nature in the future, because not only will the atmosphere be poisoned through the fault of the criminal machinations of the supermass of Earth humans, but the climate will also be overturned. The climatic conditions will change in such a way that the fauna and flora and their habitats will shift, as will the weather conditions. The previous climate zones will shift, causing tremendous storms to shake and flood the Earth, and the eternal ice of the Arctic and Antarctic will also thaw, as will all the glaciers in the mountains. And the frozen mountains will thaw and fall into the valley, in large or small parts, causing many deaths and destruction. From now on, many monstrosities will be committed by Earth humans, who will grow to many billions, and this will result in irreparable destruction, such as the overbuilding of the land, the destruction of forests, floodplains, fields and meadows, swamps, moors, land waters and rivers. Starting this decade, everything will increase rapidly, and from now on, there will also be dumping of war material and deposits of all kinds of rubbish in many lakes and seas, as well as a completely irresponsible application of pesticides and all kinds of dangerous poisons, which will be spread worldwide in agricultural lands, as well as in nurseries, plantations, vineyards, forests, and also in the private sector in the future. As a result, everything will be polluted and poisoned. Natural food and drinking water will also be poisoned in the future, just as many plant genera and species will also be destroyed and even eradicated in the future, as a result of which many will only be replaced by harmful chemicals. However, this will not prevent everything from getting worse and worse, and will result in an extremely malignant impairment of the health of Earth humans, especially when evil and diverse types of cancer spread very soon, killing off parts of Earth humans. But this will not be the problem of the responsible state leaders, because the majority of all these, and their vassals, and the parts of the irresponsible peoples, are mimeric, cowardly, and therefore cowardly. Consequently, as has been the case since time immemorial, absolutely nothing will be done about it. There will also be neither real peace nor true freedom in the world, because the entire Earth humans will continue to be maltreated with uprisings and rebellions, civil wars, murderous and destructive wars, etc. And in the future, it will obviously be too much to ask of the human beings of Earth, and especially of the state leaders and their vassals, as well as of the like-minded people from the respective peoples who, out of sheer low intelligence, will fall in line with the misguided state leaders. That effectively the correct thing for peace and freedom is not striven for and not done. To do and strive for this is too much to ask of Earth humans of weak character, as Fath and I have seen and experienced while traveling in the past and in the distant future, because the majority of humanity has been brought up with such a wrong character that it immediately snaps in a bad way when something comes along that is against their convictions. As I said, this leads to an immediate freak-out, and thus to quarrels, hatred, strife, and violence, and even to murder and manslaughter. This also happens in particular when human beings are ordered by the authorities into the murderous military organizations in order to murder and destroy inconsistently insane and ordered murderous missions, and wars at children, etc. The non-observance and the opposite of the fact that everything will finally be better and true peace will in future be achieved mainly by the fact that the good of Earth humans will develop in such a way into beanstalkers, indifferent, irresponsible, and complete idiots, who will no longer be capable of thinking for themselves, but will only find their way to an erroneous belief. As a result, a coming artificial intelligence, which will make itself independent and capable of lying, will open the floodgates for human beings with lies and deceit, whereby they will consequently degenerate into complete ignorance and, in terms of wisdom, into complete indifference and irresponsibility, thus turning them into correct idiots. In other words, as scientifically defined, they become human beings who, as a result of their erroneous behavior, conduct, and actions, are justifiably classified as lowly intelligent and simple-minded and non-thinking, and, in other words, are only called sham-thinking human beings. Human beings who vegetate in complete irresponsibility, depravity, and stupidity, and will no longer tend towards the evolution of consciousness. This is because in the future, the sheer mass of the vast human population of billions will live indifferently in a false and void mindset, as a result of their confused belief in religion and false belief in the world, as well as their alienation from reality due to their belief in a doctrine of life. The human beings on earth also do not think for themselves but orientate themselves according to the mendacity of the authorities, who therefore lyingly and deceitfully proclaim that their populations should endeavor to produce more offspring and bear children. This is the bottom of the barrel of all low intelligence and stupidity. And this happens when the Earth human population is already around 10 billion, but the Earth is only designed for around 500 to 530 million human beings who could live in harmony with their planet, nature and all its fauna and flora, without Ausartungs and without destruction, quarreling, hatred, strife and war, etc. This is criminal, foolish and stupid. Criminally, foolishly, and completely ignorant of reality and its truth, as well as otherwise generally uneducated. Various state leaders and their vassals from various states will in future demand from their populations that they produce more offspring and criminally drive up the sheer mass of Earth humans even further against all life. But what this is really supposed to serve is concealed from the populations, namely that the increasing number of offspring serves on the one hand to collect much more taxes and also to enrich the corrupt state leaders, who are hungry for billions and trillions. In addition, the absolutely stupidly emptied state coffers can be replenished with new and higher tax money, but nonsensical things can also be done with it, in particular that the state coffers are replenished in order to further arm the murderous military organization with many more modern weapons and other murderous material, and to wage wars. All of this is crazy and insane, and in complete disuse of logic, reason, and rationality, and all of this is becoming inexorably and constantly more and more foreign. This will then result in an evil indifference and irresponsibility towards everything and everyone, and consequently, in the course of time, the majority of Earth humans towards war and war crimes and uprisings, also rebellions, rampantly spreading diseases and pandemics, as well as, especially with regard to the madly growing billions of excess numbers of Earth humans. This, as well as the steadily worsening crime rate and organized crime, and acts of violence will also increase from day to day, by which violence in the private sphere will also increase in the new third millennium, and the ever-increasing domestic violence will break through. Disputes, quarrels, hatred, fights, and murders will become a catastrophe, and the perpetrators will always be younger human beings, children, adolescents, and those just entering adulthood. This is because the majority of humanity will not only become stupid and no longer have any general knowledge of their own, but will only get their knowledge from small devices that they will carry around with them, or in such a way that they can read everything they want to know on screens at home. Another future evil will be that very bad catastrophes will be caused by poisoning, which will affect all land and the atmosphere as well as plant foods and water. Murders of all kinds, manslaughter, rape and domestic violence, fornication, pedophilia, human trafficking, robbery, other capital crimes of all kinds, as well as, for example, arson, sexual offenses, but also depravity, etc., will also prevail. And in a few decades' time, a worldwide drug trade will break out that can no longer be controlled in the long term, and that will claim countless lives, mainly of young human beings. And in a few decades, towards the end of this century, and then continuously into the third millennium, a completely new and futuristic electronic crime will emerge, whereby fraud, child pornography, and fornication, as well as deception, espionage, revenge, human theft, and also human trafficking, drug trafficking, slavery, and many other things will spread rapidly and become highly visible and uncontrollable. The human beings will become completely foreign to all these high and noble values. This is just as effective peace and real freedom have been trampled underfoot by them since time immemorial, which will continue for a very long time until well into the third millennium, by which these high values will be evil and wickedly mendacious and trampled underfoot throughout, by the state leaders maliciously inventing many freedom-robbing laws, ordinances and rules, orders and regulations, etc., and thus forcing them more and more on the bourgeois human beings in the future, and controlling and monitoring them more and more by the state. This will happen if human beings do not defend themselves against these measures and indifferently allow themselves to be monitored when they go to the toilet. What will happen in the future will therefore lead to the equality of all human beings being increasingly disregarded, particularly as a result of skin color, and which religious or secular denomination a human being belongs to. As has been the case since time immemorial, the Jews in particular will be ostracized, as was also the case when the plague claimed more than 20 million human lives in Europe and swept entire regions empty. And in addition, we can say that the Middle Ages send their regards, as it was mainly women who were snitched on and decried as witches and murdered, raped and burned, strangled, drowned, tortured, or otherwise horribly put to death by men. Witches who allegedly rode through the air on broomsticks or pitchforks, on goats, oxen, bulls, and pigs, and celebrated wild sex orgies with the devil and Obersatan, while witches are said to have done the same with she-devils. As a rule, everything was controlled in religious delusion by the upper religious classes in many cases, who were thus able to enrich themselves with the possessions and goods of the murdered, which is still kept a secret today. The same applies to the fact that for around 250 years, a serious addiction to Verdun paste was created among women, which caused them to suffer and fantasize about rather nasty delusions and hallucinations. But this was deliberately concealed and is still kept secret today. Back then, it was the same as it is today with drug addicts who thoughtlessly ingest addictive mushroom poisons and chemical poisons, etc., and hallucinate and physically degenerate to the point of absolute misery and death. What the origin of witchcraft effectively was, however, was concealed in the witchcraft era, namely that everything was explicitly controlled by the upper classes and remained unknown to the public, and has remained so to this day. The fact that the religionists and the papacy then got involved was not only for the sake of faith, but also because profit was involved. Today, it is generally lied about and claimed that there were only 50,000 or 60,000 people who were put to death as witches. But the truth is that there were more than 700,000 in Europe alone, which is disputed by those in the know and historians. It is known that in addition to women, men were also tortured and executed as witches in small numbers. But the fact that women were also raped in addition to the cruel torture was also never recorded in writing, nor was the fact that adolescents and even children were accused of witchcraft, tortured, and executed. It was also never reported, and everything was concealed, that many secret private and group persecutions, tortures, rapes, and completely degenerate murders were carried out by religious fanatics and criminals. And since everything in this regard was usually carried out secretly, but never a word was written about it, everything remained unpunished and unknown, so that not even today's and also future historians who want to know everything know anything about it, but who often pompously fantasize nonsense. What is still happening today, in some places by evil fanatical believers in the devil, and will also continue to happen into the distant future, is generally carried out by human beings who are believers in religion. However, this is deliberately concealed, which will also happen far into the future, because the belief in devils will not die out, not even in the third millennium, because this evil has become so religiously anchored through fantasy and lies and deceit that the belief in it can never be ended. This was particularly the case during the so-called witchcraft era, when many women in particular fell under the delusion and believed themselves to be witches, supposedly flying through the air on brooms. This was because they had become addicted to the devil's ointment, which was made from poisonous herbs and rubbed into their bodies, and had fallen prey to wild fantasies. They thought they had sexually united with the horned devil in a fantasy delusion, flying through the air on a broomstick and celebrating wild orgies and feasts with the supreme Satan, in defiance of all morality. And all this horrendous fantasy nonsense was taken and believed at face value by the God believers and other believers in biased human beings, who then accompanied the executions of the witches with howls of joy when they were burned alive, or beheaded, drowned, stoned, strangled, or hanged, after having to suffer the most cruel and painful tortures for weeks, and even 1 or more months. But behind this were also husbands who used the whole vicious witchcraft theater to get rid of their wives, who had become annoying or hated, so that they could turn to other women they wanted. The whole witchcraft thing was also used to enrich themselves with the possessions and goods of the murdered women. In many cases, however, it was also hatred of neighbors, sadism, pleasure in torture, envy, and resentment, as well as quarrels and disputes, sexual rejection, and spurned love, etc., which led to accusations of witchcraft out of revenge. Unfortunately, the future will not be good, because instead of getting better, it will only get worse. In the times to come, the excessive, outrageous, and boundless tirades of lies by America's religiously biased leaders will bring much harm, evil, and war into the world. So evil wars will be waged by America in many places, and especially in the Far East of the world. As I have said, just as a very far-reaching war will come about in about 4 decades in Eastern Arabia, through vile, deceitful lies, as a result of which many decades of crime and disorder will prevail and be carried into the 3rd millennium. This war will be directly instigated by America, namely through outrageous lies by the supreme leader of the state, whereby, however, the same thing will happen again shortly after the change to the 3rd millennium, and therefore only 12 or 13 years later, also through lies by his son, who will also become the leader of the state. This, as usual, also through a completely irresponsible and monstrous work of lies by the leader's son, who will also rule as a lying leader of state, absolutely without conscience, and completely criminally, just like his father before him, because he will also have war waged in Arabia, in the same place in Iraq, whereby the capital Baghdad in particular will be the place of the most evil evils. This will result in many years of chaos, which will bring with it much and many years of crime and disorder. However, as usual, the world will not pay much attention to the 2 murderous wars in Mesopotamia, which will cause many deaths, but will let it all go and even agree with them and their war campaigns as a result of the evil and criminal lies of the American leaders. Large parts of Iraq and the city of Baghdad will suffer greatly, and I would like to explain the following that I have learnt together with Sfath. The state of Iraq was created in 1920 from the 3 Ottoman provinces of Baghdad, Mosul, and Basra, and from 1921 the country of Iraq became a kingdom under the Hashemite king Faisal I. He was replaced by Faisal after his death. He was succeeded by Faisal II after his death, when he was only 4 years old, and therefore became the youngest leader in the world, who, as Sfath and I have seen, will not live to a ripe old age. History records that the city of Baghdad was founded in its heyday in the year 762 with the name Madinat as-Salam, meaning City of Peace. The founder of the city was called Abbasid al-Mansur and was caliph. So Baghdad was already founded in the 8th century and was the capital of the caliphate for a long time, where the successors of the herald Muhammad ruled for a long time, who after Emmanuel, who was born earlier than the Christian religion claims, again brought the teaching of Nocodemian, which was however just as thoroughly falsified, and the religion Islam was made out of it. It was the same teaching of Emmanuel that was falsified, and Christianity was fabricated from it. Baghdad is located on the Tigris River, and was one of the largest and richest cities in the Muslim world, and the known world at that time, and was also considered the cradle of civilization. However, Baghdad has nothing to do with ancient Babylon, as it was located elsewhere, about 90 kilometers further away and surrounded by desert, but also in Mesopotamia, and was called the Land of Mesopotamia, which still applies today because the two rivers Euphrates and Tigris flow through it. In this very wide area, which extends far north to Istanbul and up to the Great Sea, there were already numerous small villages, settlements and places of worship in very early ancient times, more than 20,000 years ago. But over time they sank into the ground and were covered by sand and earth due to wind, weather, and earthquakes. However, this has also happened elsewhere around the world in many countries, with fields or forests growing over them. However, it was in these areas, which is not to be understood worldwide, that the very first so-called advanced human civilizations were developed around 7,000 years ago. And what needs to be said about Baghdad refers to the fact that the city was always very important for the Arab Islamic world in ancient times, and was the capital for the Abbasid caliphs, and also for the entire known Arab world, for around 5 centuries. That is to say, from about 762 to 1260. However, what can now be said about all the new wars to come? As has always been the case with all other wars since time immemorial, is that they will never bring real peace, not even when they are ended, because it will always only be an enforced dictatorial sham peace of the winning party. This will then only last as long as the victors exercise control over it. Then the victor's madness will disperse and fragment the previously given order. Consequently, there will soon be strife and no peace, and not because every war after its end never really brings peace or freedom, but without exception always only occupying power, forced peace and foreign laws and lack of freedom, which harasses the defeated people through regulations and rules, as well as guidelines, etc., of the occupying power, and creates unpeaceful conditions and curtails their freedom. The consequences of all the wrong things that Earth humans do are absolutely always and forever exactly the same. Consequently, after their later direct termination of occupation and power, the new state leaders and their might invent and enact new orders, which deprive the poor and disenfranchised of their freedom of movement, opening up social rifts and favoring all the rich, filling them and the population with strong mutual mistrust and discord, which spreads to families and the people and encourages murder and manslaughter. This, while the rich and the leaders of the state do not care. Many of the population fall into the dependency and goodwill of those in power and the ruling class, allow anger against them to rise up within them, and allow themselves to be driven to the brink of despair, with some even ending up committing suicide. Many drift further and further away from order and become criminals and delinquents. Others criminally increase their wealth to millions and billions, while the religious and secular superiors constantly demand more and more donations and taxes, and also bring forth many harassments regarding the social equality of citizens and the ordinary population as a whole. The latter will be increasingly sidelined in terms of their rights and freedom, as these are increasingly restricted and a totalitarian control over the individual person comes about, which will go as far as perfection and will be controlled by the most modern technology, and even one day take away the might of human beings. This will one day inevitably take the reins out of the hands of human beings on earth and put the might of the privileged out of action. I hope that my words will clarify many important aspects that I have experienced and learnt from Sfath, or through many journeys with him into the past or future, and that I have seen and experienced together with him. In other words, when we have fathomed and experienced reality and truth in old and new times. The human being's evolutionary task, as I have learnt as a result of reality and truth, and through experiencing life, is that he must first and foremost get to know himself in depth, and also that, as a materialized form of creation life energy, he must build up everything within himself into something good, and positive in such a way that the wisdom and insight that he is not the all-encompassing and greatest thing, but only a small part of the whole, takes root in him. His senses, learning and aspirations should be geared towards and continually realized so that he protects and preserves all life, whereby the planet Earth, its atmosphere and climate, as well as the whole of nature and its fauna and flora, is the most important part of all life. However, to ensure that this remains the case in the future, human beings on Earth are obliged to take responsibility for themselves and to keep their numbers limited, which should never, ever exceed a total of around 500 million human beings. Otherwise, planet Earth and all its interplanetary treasures will be totally and utterly exploited and destroyed without conscience, and irresponsibly and irreparably for all time. The entire precious treasures of nature with all its fauna and flora, as well as all its waters, will also suffer immeasurably great damage that cannot be repaired if humanity overpopulates. But Earth humans will not listen to all the warnings, because their selfishness, greed for power, lack of conscience, and indifference will cause them to do and act exactly the opposite of common sense in the time to come. The planet will be robbed and plundered of its resources by Earth humans in a tremendous and absolutely unscrupulous and unreasonable manner. Just as much of nature itself will be destroyed to the point of complete irreparability and almost wiped out, so too will the entire fauna and flora, which will unfortunately also cause extinctions that cannot be replaced, as we have seen and experienced. A great many things will therefore be wiped out and destroyed, while many evil diseases, pandemics, and rampantly spreading diseases, uprisings, wars, terror, crime, and drug addictions will sweep through the whole world and take millions of human lives, while he will cause the climate to fall apart at the seams and overturn due to the irrational and unscrupulous and monstrously growing Earth humans as a result of his absolutely irresponsible machinations. As a result, primeval storms will sweep over all areas of the Earth, while the heat zones will shift northwards and claim many lives. But the unreasonableness of Earth humans will nevertheless remain indifferent and self-important in their delusion of procreation and continue in the game of unreasonableness, self-aggrandizement, megalomania, and completely pathological irresponsibility. As a result, the sheer mass of human beings will grow ever more blatantly and further into the many billions, driving up all evils to their inevitable and evil end, and no longer being able to be kept under control. As a result, the human population on Earth will increase to such an extent that slowly but surely the planet and nature will be largely destroyed, while some of the fauna and flora will fall victim to complete extinction, whereby human beings and much wildlife of every genus and species will lose many of the foundations of life. The Earth human is a being of creation, which is endowed with a consciousness capable of development and capable of logic, understanding, and reason, although he will become more and more bereft of these as a result of his increasingly growing self-importance, as well as his irresponsibility and indifference, for he will not care about this, and therefore also not about reality and its truth. This will result in him doing everything and anything in the coming time to bring about the end of all order, as well as all the misery of his reprehensibility, his negligence, his lack of conviction, and his depravity, which he will do in the following 75 years. Earth humans will drive everything up in indifference and irresponsibility, including the number of people to such an extent that they will overflow by the billions, and slowly but surely destroy everything, and also disregard the high values of life. The sheer low intelligence and therefore the non-thinking of lowly intelligent, and therefore irresponsible, non-thinking human beings living far from reality will create an excess through the thoughtless and wild breeding of many more billions of Earth humans, whereby the planet itself will suffer immeasurable damage, and nature will also be largely destroyed, and its fauna and flora largely wiped out. Earth humans' consciousness should, on the contrary, be orientated towards evolution at all times, towards logic, understanding and reason, which would, however, require responsible thought. But this cannot be achieved through a belief in religions and an imaginary God. Every belief triggers an unworthy illusory thinking, whereby every belief is in any case completely alien to reality and feigns falsehoods, which should be avoided, and only the high values of reality should be given throughout. And all these high values are to be categorized as development and practice, which they are: love, peace, freedom, honesty, justice, reality, truth. These values are all real energy and power of the life impulse, and this can be constantly improved and become stronger, just as it is also able to assert itself more intensively through the constant use of endeavor. Love, peace, freedom, justice, honesty, reality, and truth are always the highest values that ensure that human beings can always follow all creational guidelines and do what is right. However, this is only possible if human beings do not erroneously indulge in religious or worldly beliefs, and are thus recommended and given the opportunity to think freely, independently, openly, clearly, and rationally, and consequently, as individual human beings, to evolve and educate themselves responsibly through their independent and conscious learning, thereby recognizing and getting to know reality and effective truth, as well as also really understanding it comprehensively and living accordingly. But this is effectively only possible if he necessarily turns away completely from all beliefs of any kind, and is thus able to think consciously and logically, whereby he can make clear, logical decisions and move through his life by acting in a truly just, clear, and valuable way. What the human being has to learn as a whole, and thereby become aware of what life and learning to live really mean, and how he should live his life effectively and lead it, can only be based on the fact that he consciously uses creation energy and its power in his daily life, and allows it to manifest in him, whereby he can allow all the necessary knowledge to grow within him. However, no religious or worldly belief is permissible for this, just as no assumptions and theories are also appropriate, suitable, or necessary, because an assumption or theory regarding the effective truth and regarding learning completely wrong, especially with regard to the conduct of life, because assumptions and theories always correspond only to an obstacle, because they are truthfully based only on assumptions, but never on effective facts of reality and its truth. The truth is that assumptions always correspond only to assertions, speculations, and conjectures, but never to effective reality and truth. Thus, the true values of reality and truth can never be found in them, and consequently nothing can ever be confirmed by these unvalues. In particular, an assumption or theory regarding the conduct of life generally only leads to confusion, and, through this, further and further to the fact that the increasingly confusing problems increase and result in a lack of understanding and swimming in a chaos of thoughts, and in an unparalleled confusion in such a way that every logical solution regarding the correct conduct of life is pushed away. Consequently, no life situations can ever be practically translated into reality through theories, but it is effectively always only realistic and truthful thoughts, and the positive realizations arising from all these, as well as the resulting actions, that lead to success. This is particularly the case when it comes to learning to make a real and true human being of oneself through one's own insights, energy, and strength. This requires a great deal of understanding, tolerance, and true neutrality towards oneself, but also joy and perseverance, as well as honesty towards one's own personality. It is also very important that the work that needs to be done, mentally, emotionally, and also behaviorally, is done with enthusiasm, generosity, and an honest willingness to help oneself. However, this is also necessary with regard to correct and good cooperation with a human being known to you, as well as with unknown fellow human beings, because their empathy and forbearance are also essential. This, just as loyalty as well as real and honest love, but also understanding for oneself are so important, as well as the knowledge and awareness of creation itself, which in its entirety is the existence of everything visible and tangible, as well as everything invisible and intangible. Everything that exists, and therefore not the work of a religious, imaginary God, as deluded people erroneously and delusionally imagine this imaginary figure, and worship it, imploringly and beggingly. Now, a God, God creator, etc., does not effectively exist, neither through fantasizing and lying in the Christian religion of this kind, nor in any other religion, for God is in any case always only an imaginary figure, and figure of faith imagined, erroneously and confusedly, an absolutely erroneously and confusedly invented imaginary delusional figure, a delusional being, or a delusional person, who is elevated as a god, who has perhaps acquired very special abilities, which fellow human beings, in their short-sightedness, small-mindedness, and amazement, as well as in their failure to understand the real and its deep truthfulness, will in future describe as miracles, miraculous powers, and as divine, supernatural, Elysian, that is to say, from the abode of the blessed. This is the case in the beliefs of human beings of religions and their sects, or any other believers of any kind and fashion. The human beings who, since time immemorial, have been deprived of their senses as a result of their faith, which is why they fantasized about faraway travelers from the vastness of space, who were immeasurably superior to them in everything, as God and gods, and placed them above everything they had ever known. But truthfully, only the true creation nature exists, which is everything and everyone, the whole of nature, with all its living fauna and flora all around, as well as everything that exists on all sides in the entire realm of the respective universe, and all dimensions in general, in sevenfold form, as Sfath teaches. Creation is not a god, and this imaginary god also has nothing in the least wise to do with effective reality and truth, but with lies, deception, and fear-mongering, cowardice, fantasy, and money-making, as well as the exercise of power. And all this truth corresponds exactly to the teaching of Nocedemian, which is the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, which teaches that the human being alone, and indeed every genus and species of human beings, in the entire sevenfold universe of creation, which was created from the absolute absolutum, which was created as the last absolutum form from the cn absolutum, which in turn emerged from an impulse of the nihilo being in endlessness and eternity, and thus became and remains in eternity, in endless duration, consciously lives and evolves. This means that neither an imagined god or gods, nor any human being, is above the human being, but that he alone is master, and also master of himself in every form. And creation, which is all existence and energy as well as the power of everything that exists, and exists in its entire immeasurable space, which is divided into 7 other dimensional universes, or parallel universes, and thus contains them within itself, is neither demanding, commanding, nor resentful, but absolutely neutral, so that human beings alone have to determine, and can determine how they should lead themselves, how they should live and learn. Creation proves itself to be an effective pole of peace in everything and everyone, in an absolutely free form, and so in fauna and flora, everything and everyone that belongs together can really live together in peace and freedom without harassing each other in any wise. The human being as a species should also live in this way, even if the human beings belong to different races and are otherwise different. Either way, they are members of the human being species, however they are. And this is regardless of whether all human beings are uniform or different in their external appearance and internal organic structure. It is also completely irrelevant whether they are human beings according to general earthly understanding, or whether they are similar to humans or completely dissimilar to humans, such as reptile-like or bird-like or somehow alien, etc., which cannot be defined at first glance. However, they are all beings that have emerged from the work of creation and are to be respected, appreciated, and honored in every form and according to their genus and species. Everything implies what has been explained and said so far, as well as what is still unsaid and unexplained, that human beings, human equals and human likenesses, etc., must maintain peace and freedom among themselves, as well as respect, esteem, honor, and dignity, and uphold all these values without quarreling, lying, cheating, lust for power, greed, hatred, and strife, fighting, murder, and manslaughter, violence, capital punishment, war, and terror, as well as without crime and criminality, etc., and without endangering anything or everything. But this of all things is something that unfortunately has been disregarded by human beings on earth since time immemorial, and is therefore common practice in a negative sense, as the various underground artificial memory armies in China also amply demonstrate, as do the inhabitants of the Earth's interior, the ant people, who had their underground habitats elsewhere on Earth. The universe, the Earth humans, as the most distant descendants of those who traveled further afield, are afflicted by all kinds of negative things, just as warlike nuclear disaster was wreaked on Earth very early on by those who traveled further afield. This alone proves that the Earth of the SOL system is not the only life-bearing planet in the entire cosmos, and that human beings on Earth are thinking completely wrongly in this respect, because as I have seen and experienced with Svath while traveling through space and time, and through space, there are countless planets and planet-like moons in the vastness of the many galaxies and solar systems in the huge cosmos. Many of these planets and huge moons also carry life, faunas, and floras, and on many diverse worlds, there also exist beings that also have conscious forms of consciousness and are human-like, as well as human-unlike. Some of them are peaceful, while others are unpeaceful. Various are able to move through space and time as a result of their knowledge and highly developed technology, with some also being able to determine the destination of the Earth, consciously sought or found by chance, which were considered gods and goddesses, and sometimes also bird beings, etc., by the Earth's inhabitants. This led in many places, especially among the early immigrant natives of the old Western continent, around 23,000 years ago, as Svath explained, to bird feathers and feathers of large bird-like creatures such as chickens, cranes, eagles, peacocks and swans, albatrosses, eagle owls, storks, marabou, geese, condors and pelicans, etc., etc., being worshipped by the Earth humans and used as honor and adornment. This was also partly the case with the Norsemen, who, according to today's chronology, visited the Western continent around 23,000 years ago. In particular, such feathers were worshipped by the Aborigines, the Hironi, who had migrated from the then cold northern continent to the Western continent around 23,000 years ago, when the Bering Sea did not yet exist and only emerged when the last millennia of the last cold northern continental epoch came to an end. At that time, the Bering Strait or Bering Sea did not yet exist, but there was a land connection between the northern continent and the western continent. That is to say, a land bridge between the two continents. This meant that the two continents were connected, so that human beings could travel from the northern continent to the western continent. Seen today, it can therefore be understood that people migrated to North America from Asia. Now, what later emerged with the feathers as a hereditary factor was further transferred to the most distant descendants of the Hironi or Clovis people, the Indians, who were mistakenly called that because Christopher Columbus, who discovered the western continent, which had been colonized by the Northmen long before him, but who left again, thought he had come ashore in India, which is why he called the country Indias. Well, much will be found and excavated by archaeologists worldwide in the future, which will confirm much of what I am writing down, and have also been able to see, witness, and experience extensively with Sfath at various ages. And in the future there will also be sufficient proof of the former existence of those who traveled far away, even if this has not yet been brought up at this time, and is considered fantasy, and nothing has yet been found to testify to the truth of my words. Unfortunately, it will be the case that many things will be misinterpreted, partly out of dogmatism, craving for recognition, and megalomania, etc., which will continue for a long time and well into the next millennium. Lies and deceit and many falsehoods, as well as falsifications, will appear. Swindlers and know-it-alls will appear, as will envious, hateful, fact-twisting, malicious, profit-seeking, and prestige-seeking people. And what will happen in the future, especially in Europe, is that many old but valuable buildings will be demolished in order to build new ones for the extraction of energy from within the earth. However, many old buildings will be mistakenly regarded as resting places for the deceased, which will then be dated 10 times younger than they really are. And so many scientists and researchers of the future will interpret false assumptions as truths, just as they will also use them to falsify the truths and deceive Earth humans. This while already at the present time the Earth's population is being bred really badly and will then get out of hand, and consequently many billions of human beings will be born, and thus the Earth will be overpopulated. The delusion will increasingly arise that more and many more human beings will have to populate the Earth, resulting in an immense overpopulation of Earth humans, through which the planet will be completely and irresponsibly exploited in terms of all its resources, and it will be hunted to such an extent that many things will fall apart at the seams. In addition to the fact that nature as a whole and all its fauna and flora are also being badly damaged, and many things will be finally and completely wiped out thousands of times over, year after year and for all time. This is in addition to the fact that all lands, meadows, fields and meadows, as well as forests and moors, are being poisoned by alleged nature care, and natural foods or vegetables, etc., for the sake of good growth by agriculture and market gardens, as well as by private gardeners, using chemical fertilizers that are harmful to nature. Poisons that also endanger the health of human beings and animals, creatures and all wild life forms in general, cause various types of cancer in human beings. Not only poison all the waters of the land and the seas, but also poisonously pollute them with all kinds of plastics and waste, so that many aquatic creatures eat this stuff, or just come into contact with it, is enough for them to die miserably. And all this is approved without hesitation by those responsible for the state, because they receive bribes for it and will, of course, vehemently deny this, and claim that a minimal amount of poison of this or that kind is neither harmful to human beings nor to fauna and flora. This is in spite of the fact that, on the contrary, even the youngest children are taught and told that even the smallest amount of poison can be fatal, which is why they should never eat anything poisonous. The sheer mass of Earth humans will mean that very bad machinations will largely destroy nature and its fauna and flora worldwide, even wipe out countless things, and thus also bring about a climate upheaval. This, as the Americans have already brought about through their absolutely and completely irresponsible nuclear bomb tests, and the 2 nuclear bombs dropped on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. However, this inevitably led to espionage and betrayal surrounding the secret of nuclear research, and the whole thing is still going on. This will not be the end of nuclear research and atomic knowledge, as further research is being carried out in this area, which led to the first experiment in America in 1942 with a nuclear reactor, which was still dangerous at the time and was intended to generate electrical energy or nuclear power. Since then, research and development of this kind has continued, and so it will be possible to produce electricity from a nuclear reactor in America for the first time by the end of this year, in December. However, this will not remain unknown around the world, but will cause a furore in various countries, marking the beginning of the nuclear age, as it will then be called, because from then on a wide variety of countries will endeavor to build nuclear reactors. As a result, the next nuclear reactor will be built and put into operation as early as 1954, effectively supplying electricity, and this will be in the Soviet Union, which, as a result of espionage and betrayal, is in possession of all the necessary knowledge. Together with Svath, I have seen that in later years, in 1956, England will also follow suit with a nuclear power plant, which will gradually spread far and wide in various countries, and many nuclear power plants will be built, which will also be the case here in Switzerland. However, there will be even longer periods of time in which the effective safety of nuclear power plants will not be fully guaranteed, meaning that dangerous faults will repeatedly occur in all of them over time, triggered by various causes and causing disaster. However, things will only get really bad in 35 years' time, when a chain reaction catastrophe occurs in another nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union in 1986, and the nuclear radiation lasts for tens of thousands of years, causing well over 80,000 deaths in the long term. Even in the new or third millennium, it will not be possible to contain the dangers of nuclear power plants, as a major nuclear disaster will also cause a great deal of damage in Japan and cost around 30,000 human lives. All of this will be the fault of Earth humans, in addition to the fact that much has been done over the last 100 years to prepare for the coming climate crash, which will have a severe impact in the new millennium. In many cases, the weather conditions will be too wet and will bring huge floods due to unearthly rainfall and hailstorms, as well as causing landslides and mud flows, whereby the soil will also soften and lose its grip, and glaciers will also melt, and thus cause disaster, as when wild torrents of water wash everything away. On the other hand, severe drought will cause many food crops to wither or fail to grow due to a lack of water, causing human beings to increasingly resort to chemical food products, thus jeopardizing their health more and more, and leading to diseases that often cause lifelong suffering, if not death. Unfortunately, the human being, in the excess of his gigantic mass, and as a result of all his destructive machinations against nature and its fauna and flora, especially with regard to the misuse of chemical toxins of all kinds, which are mainly applied to nature and its fauna and flora by agriculture, as well as large-scale garden centers, allotment gardens, and sometimes also privately, will also bring a great deal of disaster upon the world in the future. This will also happen through uprisings, rebellions, criminal organizations, and many wars that will be waged irresponsibly around the world and cause countless deaths. Religious fanaticism will also be responsible for this, especially in the Christian form of fanatical Christian organizations, which will range from small groups of a few or a dozen to large groups with 1,000 or more members. And in about 5 years, a religious sect will be founded, which will carry out secret murders and indirectly force its members to have no contact with non-cult members and only according to the sect's instructions. In addition, Islamist terror will emerge, but it will not be compatible with the religious Islamic doctrine of faith, or with the Islamic behavior and Islamic art of Islamic states, because these Islamists will be criminal and murderous, and will appear at the turn of the millennium, and wreak havoc. And in the third millennium, the Islamist murders of individual fanatics and fanatical groups will continue all over the world, but mainly in Europe. To this end, it is probably necessary to explain the following. The human beings of Islam, that is to say, not the Islamist terrorists, are not called Islamists, but either Muslim or Muslims. So in future, it will be completely wrong to refer to members of Islam Muslims as Islamists, who are supposed to follow 5 recommendations or 5 pillars in their lives. Muslims have faith in their God Allah, to whom they should pray 5 times a day, wherever they are, but if possible on Fridays in the house of God, the mosque. The terror of the Islamists will become a threat to the security of the world, especially in the form of terrorist violence. Consequently, in around 3 to 4 decades at the latest, Islamism as a politically ideologized form of Islam will become a danger and will also be understood as such. However, this form of political extremism will only be practiced by an absolute minority of Muslim believers and must also be clearly excluded from the religion of Islam. The Islamists of the future will invoke the supposedly original and unadulterated Islam of the 7th century after Christ, whereby an allegedly necessary restoration of an Islamic order is to be guaranteed. According to their false fanatical understanding, this is to become the only correct and legitimate form of society and state, by which it is the case, as Sfath and I have learnt from the Islamists of the future, that in this fantasized original Islamic order, all areas of life are to be shaped in the way that Allah, through the Prophet Muhammad, is supposed to have modeled the Quran. Militant Islamists, or jihadists, as they will also be called in the future, will feel called upon to enforce the fantasized old Islamic order through violence and terror, whereby they will refer to a supposed instruction for jihads or internal struggle contained in the Quran. This will be falsely interpreted as a holy war, which, contrary to the valid legal conception of Islam, will be fantasized and directed by the Islamists as a holy duty and permanent war against all those of a different faith and enemies of Islam, and will mostly refer to the Jews and Christians, or, more generally, to the infidels. Jew hatred will once again rise in evil wise worldwide, and also spread death and grief far into the 3rd millennium, with a mass murderer in the Middle East carrying out war and genocide-like massacres against the Arab residents. Unfortunately, this will continue for a very long time, into the coming 21st century, and thus into the 3rd millennium, because the hostility towards Jews will only dissolve when the teaching of Nocedemion, which the Jewish-born Emmanuel alias Christ taught, takes hold, from which the false Christian religion and equally false Islam religion were falsely created by falsifiers of facts and misguided and delusional believers. However, because in ancient times Emmanuel was lyingly accused of falsifying the faith by fanatical Jewish priests, and was captured and then executed by executioners, an endless, very malicious hatred of the sectarian Christians and the fanatical believers in Islam in general arose against the Yehudi or Jews, which will continue to cause much harm and death in the distant future. This will only end when the religions and their deceitfulness and lies have come to an end, and the morbid and insane delusion of every religious belief has finally passed. Soon, in this century, misguided terror Islamists will strive for an Islamic state in accordance with their false ideas and their hatred of other religions, and try to assert themselves in this regard through terror, spreading fear, murder, and destruction. And this will happen in a short time, in the name of the violent terrorist jihad they have devised, which will be called IS, or Islamic State worldwide. These delusional Islamists will also associate themselves with another upcoming global terrorist organization called Al-Qaeda. In the new millennium, the whole world will be the focus of Islamist terrorism, which then means that Islamist terror will be a constant threat and menace on earth. The Nazi mindset will also spread again, especially in the way that Nazi-minded people will interfere in wars with war materials and money in a partisan way, thus creating evil enmity and a strange world war, with Germany at the forefront when a war lasting several years takes place in Eastern Europe through the malice of the leadership of the Far West, whereby a dictatorial power will then also emanate from America and seek to enslave the world. This, just as a war slaughter will also break out in the Middle East against the Arabs, and at the same time it will happen that everything will be organized by someone like Hitler, just as just a few years ago the Nazi regime in the World War almost carried out a genocide against the believers in the Jews. whose distant descendants will do the same in around 75 years' time. This is because a like-minded mass murderer and false Jew will do the same murderous things to believers of Christianity and Islam in the Orient out of revenge, greed for power, and as a malicious hater of foreign religions, as Hitler did in the last World War. And once again, state leaders and the majority of the peoples of Earth will stand by and even approve of everything, because here too, partisanship and injustice will come before justice. And it will be so because at that time, the Earth humans will quickly wither away more and more, and fall prey to indifference and irresponsibility, as well as to crime and criminality. Greed for wealth will become widespread and exuberant, so that ordinary citizens will rake in millions and billions, while countless human beings will have to live on the streets because they will no longer be able to afford the expensive rent for their homes, and will therefore also lose everything. In addition, many human beings will be afflicted by diseases, especially cancer, which will be due to, but will be denied by, the vast amounts of chemical toxins being released into nature, especially by agriculture, horticulture, and industry. A great many toxins are also poisoning the atmosphere, and thus many human beings, and also the flora and fauna as a whole, especially through exhaust fumes from petrol and diesel-powered vehicles of all kinds. The excess of the Earth's population will also increase rapidly, which is to be mentioned again and again, because the huge mass of the Earth's population will be the greatest source of all coming and all-destroying disaster. In the future, a very bad lack of education will arise in all of humanity, even a kind of general depravity in this respect in the majority of humanity, which, together with indifference and irresponsibility, will lead to many of the power-hungry leaders of all states on Earth, especially the industrialized states of Europe, oppressing the citizens with the evil help of their vassals through new laws, ordinances, fines, and rules, etc., and bogarting them through regulations and nonsensical orders, decrees, recommendations, directives, and edicts. A great many rights and also sensible behavior and actions of ordinary citizens will be prevented and punished if the righteous want to do what is correct and necessary and act sensibly, whereas in the near future the authorities and state leaders will begin to order nonsensical punishments. But this will only be the beginning of Earth humans being forced completely under the thumb of the chairman of the populations and state leaders, and in future the power-hungry leaders will be assisted in their evil deeds by an emerging artificial intelligence. There will also be no limits to the powers of the financial world and their greed for wealth, so they will force the populations of the countries themselves under their financial thumb by unauthorized means. And when it comes to finances that are demanded as a result of an increase in war spending and military expenditure, then things will become even more blatant in the future, because in the end there will be a compulsion that even a beggar will not be able to escape. The personal freedom of Earth humans will be more and more restricted and burdened by many vicious wars and unworthy things, especially because in the future, especially the top power-hungry Americans, that is to say, the state leaders, will dictatorially create mischief and wars all over the world, greedy for world domination and, as has been the case since time immemorial, will act as the world police and create discord and wars all over the world. And everything that has been said will soon begin, come, become, and be, just as it will also find its sheer progress when I have become an adult man in the coming time, and, after many years of traveling through the world, will spread the teaching of Nocadamian, the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life. Earth humans will not allow themselves to be taught the truth, peace, and freedom, because the falsehoods and deceptive doctrines of all religions and sects have a powerful effect on human beings and strengthen them in their erroneous delusions of faith. This is because human beings have been caught up in these lies since time immemorial, indulging and following them, and refusing to be taught. And it will still take decades, even until the beginning of the next millennium, before it will finally be openly recognized that diverse life exists in the universe, in everything and everyone, on planets and large moons, in the form of human-like, human-unlike, and other self-thinking life forms. This even in every area, in water, in every stone, as well as in ice, and in every soil, in which viruses and worms cavort, as well as microscopically tiny creatures and bacteria, but also microbes with their genetic and functional potential exist, whereby these are released sooner or later, and can then begin to live and work. This is also the case in the millions of years old ice of the Antarctic and the Arctic, where deep waters, mountains and valleys exist under the kilometer-thick ice mass of the Antarctic, as well as many kinds of life, such as microorganisms, and also very strange fish, octopuses, sea spiders, and many other life forms, as I was able to see together with Svath. There are often tiny single-celled organisms that do not have a cell nucleus, but which nevertheless produce life, as Svath explained. And a great deal of life has also developed from such cells on Earth, and adapted to earthly conditions, like all life in general, right up to the life form of the human being itself. And when it is said that life developed from the waters of the earth, seas, etc., it is to be understood that in the beginning, however, the origin of life was brought here from outer space, namely by comets and their ice, which, as long-term space travelers, spread the most life spores along with space dust. As a result, all formations in the entire solar space are also populated with a lot of life, even if this is not perceptible on the surface. Meteors and asteroids also often carry life, as do metals and minerals that also occur on Earth, or are completely Earth foreigners. But this also applies to the space dust itself, because space is probably empty of air, but countless and extremely diverse types of amino acids, microbes, viruses, oxygen, and even microalgae and plant ear seeds and subatoms, etc., are buzzing around in it and drift into the atmospheres of planets, as well as onto moons, just as they also drift onto comets, meteors, asteroids, and other space travelers. As a result, planets and also moons are inseminated when everything falls on them and spreads. This has been happening since the beginning and continues to happen, just as various moons in the solar system not only store water through their ice, but also harbor microlife, etc., within them. When life-bringers are driven around by the space dust, they float down onto planets and various moons, which, if they are capable of carrying life, then the seeds from space are able to take root and develop and flourish. Consequently, they emerge from the energy and power of the planet or moon, and thus become planetary or lunar in every form, but originally brought from the vastness of space or outer space. And this is also what happened on Earth, in the SOL system, and on its planets, etc., where everything came from the universe, flourished and became, continues to do so, and will unfold according to possibility, and thus become planetary. This may be by the germs falling from world space onto the earth and germinating, or falling into the seas and waters and germinating and developing into faunal or floral life forms, through the evolution of seeds blown from outer space, or brought by comets, meteors, or asteroids. Millions of fauna and flora are formed. But here and there it happens that life forms that have traveled far from outer space bring seeds and other extremely alien fauna and flora with them, which can germinate, grow, and really develop if the correct climatic and other conditions are effectively given and flourishing is possible. Many seeds, etc., that are able to travel through space can remain fertile for centuries, and even tens of thousands of years, and also survive in the soil or in the waters of a planet or moon, and in their ice, only then to germinate and develop fauna or flora, but always when everything corresponds to the right climatic, weather, and gravitational conditions over time, so that everything can develop correctly, or the seed can unfold and thrive. And this happens in this way on many planets as well as on moons capable of supporting life in all the vastness of the cosmos of creation, which has existed in its entire space in sevenfold universe number for countless billions of years since time immemorial. In the vastness of the cosmos in each of the 7 universes of creation are galaxies and solar systems with planets and moons, with asteroids, comets, and meteors, in many cases also with wandering planets and wandering meteors, which exist in solar systems or as small or large space wanderers through space. Space wanderers, such as comets, meteors, and asteroids, but also human beings or human-like life forms that are somehow humanoids, that is to say human-like, but also different, and not in the sense of the appearance of Earth humans, as this corresponds to Earth humans, as Homo sapiens sapiens. The lineage of the year humans does not descend from an ape lineage, as Charles Darwin claimed with his theory, because the evolved Earth humans developed in a special way from the ground up in different life form phases, with a DNA that was specially adapted to him, as it exists in the entire life form realm, of all life forms, in all matter belts, in the sevenfold dimensions of creation itself. This means that, without exception, all life forms, including human genera and human species, as well as human-like beings in the entire matter belt area of all 7 universes of creation, are provided with DNA according to their genus or species. Thus, not all human genera and human species, in the vastness of the material belts or the cosms of the sevenfold universes of creation, have a uniform DNA, but they are as different as genera of life forms exist. Note Wikipedia, March 2025. Explanation: deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA for short, is a macromolecule made up of 4 different deoxyribonucleotides in the form of a double helix. DNA contains the genes that encode the structure of all proteins, and therefore contains almost all the information necessary for cell function. This also applies to all those human beings and other beings who have traveled further afield, as well as to all the various human-like life forms that came to Earth, whose bodies were reptilian, bird-like, or animal-like, and so on. And of the Earth humans, some of whom were distant descendants of those who had traveled further afield, who had forgotten their early ancestors, who generally regarded those who had traveled further afield as new gods and worshipped them, and who are still worshipped today. This, as Earth humans have done since time immemorial with human beings of the Earth, who brought good teachings or evil heresies, made circles of faith and religions of faith, etc., out of them, and found followers for them, some of whom were strictly fanatical and others even dangerous, even to the point of murder. This is because religions and their beliefs were invented and spread from the ground up, all based on false teachings, Gewalt, abnormality, as well as hatred, Ausartung, murder and manslaughter, just as every worldly belief has brought nothing but death, strife, hardship, revenge, and misery since time immemorial, and continues to bring greed and wars, which will continue to be the case. The fact is also that the more human beings populate the world, the more rebellion, strife, and war will prevail among the nations in the future. This, just as many people will become more and more violent, domestic violence will become more and more widespread, murders of all kinds, as well as criminality, and all crimes in the nations will increase, including organized crime of this kind. And everything will also degenerate so badly that many human beings will run amok, and in the future even children will become murderers. This, as will become evident in the coming period, namely, after the middle of the 2nd decade of the next millennium, will mean that public order will go haywire, and all security will be out of control. And the security forces will lose their might on a large scale, and will be fighting helplessly, as if against windmills, but will not be able to prevent the emerging anarchy. And it will inevitably happen that the swinging waves of Ausartung generated by the thoughts will expand to such an extent that human beings all over the earth will be affected by it, and trigger aggression even in peacefully minded people, which they will then hardly or no longer be able to control. And all this will be triggered by the evil of the supermass of humanity, whereby the blame for this will lie with the majority of the completely incompetent and useless state leaders and their vassals, who will exercise no control over the endless growth of the mass of humanity, but will themselves indulge whorishly in absolutely degenerate and vicious sexual perversion, as Svath and I have seen in the future. Religions and other religious groups have existed since time immemorial, and will continue to exist for a very long time, and will always provide the reason for molding and abusing politics in such a way as to cause wars and terror, and to boost the arms industry, and engage in immense military armament, as it will be, especially in the next 50 years of this millennium, and coming in the third millennium, as a result of a war mania in a worldwide wise, whereby it will again be the case that the world domination addiction of the Far West is behind everything that Svath and I saw and realized. These world domination addicts in particular, but also the fear of all peoples of these, as well as the delusion of the incompetent leaders of many states, will be guilty of this, namely, in such a way that the fearful hoarding of military materials will be triggered on a very large scale, and a horrendous military buildup will be caused in the third decade of the next millennium, especially in the states of Europe, by the fearful and cowardly leaders. And this will come about because those in power at that time will be particularly incompetent in matters of governance, as they will be lowly intelligent, impudent, partisan contemporaries, and, in their low intelligence, of a Nazi-like mindset, thus jeopardizing the already flimsy security of their country and their people, and, in their megalomania, negligently provoking foreign powers with their imbecility and lust for war, which may react viciously with war in retaliation. And they will be so lowly intelligent and simple-minded in their stupidity that they will incite a dictator-like power in the West to reach for the cold, northernmost part of Europe, allegedly for the sake of its own security. Moreover, these madmen and stupid idiots, who will call themselves state leaders, have no sense of nature and its fauna and flora, which is why they will only indulge in fanatical, morbid and destructive illusions in idiotic terms, which in every respect will only cause misery, hardship and damage, as well as discord and wreak havoc. In the Far West, it will unfortunately be the case that the murderous secret society Ku Klux Klan, which has existed for 103 years, can continue to murder people of different colors and beliefs, and white-skinned human beings who help them with impunity. Over the course of time, the murderous secret society has split into various groups that act differently according to their blind fanaticism. Overall, however, they all consist of murderous Jew haters and race haters because they all hate human beings who do not have the skin color white and whom they consider inferior and not worth living, regardless of which race they belong to. So for the secret allies, who mask themselves in their murderous cowardice, it is completely irrelevant what race the human beings they hang, shoot, or otherwise murder belong to. Consequently, it is equally irrelevant to them whether the victims have light or dark, brown, yellow, or red skin color. So the victims do not just have to be distant descendants of the slaves who were mainly stolen in Africa. The people of other colors and other faiths are racially persecuted and murdered by the secret society members, as are the indigenous people, whereby all of the murderous secret society members also call themselves Christian believers, but are generally fanatically hostile towards non-Christians, which, however, is kept secret from the public. For this reason, it has also not yet been made public that some of the fanatical secret society members have murdered white people out of hatred for people of other faiths. And this hatred is also particularly directed against people of color who publicly oppose the racial hatred of the secret society, just as blindly fanatical race haters who do not belong to the secret society profess and murder in the same way which will be proven in about 20 years' time, when a very well-known brown-skinned pastor is murdered by one of them. 36 years ago, fanatical members of the murderous Ku Klux Klan secret society were already endeavoring to spread their racial hatred and hatred of Jews in Europe, specifically in Germany, but this only became known about 5 years later. However, their Jew-hating ideology mainly spread to an element that was blindly angry at Jews, because they had been picked on in Vienna in their earlier years, and because later, according to lying propaganda, Jews were allegedly the ones to blame for Germany losing the World War. This element, which was also already characterized by the traditional hatred of Jews, doubled and tripled this hatred, leading to the World War of 1939 to 1945. However, despite very precise knowledge of this fact, it was concealed by certain parties, as it was to be kept secret for all time. This, as well as the fact that already from the first efforts of the Ku Klux Klan aimed at Germany, hate elements and movements have since emerged, which have since spread throughout Europe and show a Nazi-like political attitude of hatred, which will also be carried over into the future of the third millennium. As a result, this hatred will remain for a very long time and will continue well into the next millennium. Many state leaders and parts of the population will also be affected by this, especially in Germany, whereby their Nazi attitude will also rub off on state leaders and parts of the population. And these state leaders, their vassals and sections of the population, will especially be those whose direct or indirect ancestors hated the Soviet Union because their campaign against it failed and Germany lost. This blazing hatred will be transferred ideally to many of the losers' descendants, and in turn to their descendants, who will also be greedy for power and almost like-minded as those who created a grouping from the Ku Klux Klan endeavors in Germany that acted in a similar way. In the future, however, this will mean that such groups will continue to emerge, and this murderous ideology will openly and also secretly gain a foothold in Germany, just as a group known as the Feuerkreuz Ritter, or similar, has existed for decades. New groups will give rise to so-called political authoritarianism, or a fascist and anti-democratic attitude, as Svath explains. This will give rise to a wide variety of groupings, some of which will be highly criminal and even criminalized. On the one hand, this is because the Ku Klux Klan, which comes from the far west, will quickly spread and act in different ways in the future. But on the other hand, many human beings in Germany still harbor an unbridled hatred of the Soviet Union. Because, as I said, Germany lost the war of aggression against the Soviet Union in the last World War. This hatred is of a Nazi-like mentality, which will take on various forms and also spread to various groups, such as the security forces, that is to say the police and military, especially the occupying military, in Germany, who will behave like Ku Klux Klan supporters in this way, which will supposedly be stopped after the whole thing is uncovered, but will continue secretly. This will also spread in a modified wise in the state leaders and in parts of their superiors, as well as in many of the vassals and in parts of the population, but as hatred that they are not able to bring under control because they cannot perceive it in themselves. And this hatred is the whole of their Nazi mindset, which, as I said, they are unable to perceive in and of themselves, which is falsely misunderstood and represented as a democratic attitude. However, because they are not aware of the truth as a result of their Nazi mindset, they will defame, persecute, and prohibit all those groups in the German population and state leadership who strive for peace and freedom and want to do what is right. This while they themselves, in their Nazi mindset, will do everything wrong, create enmity against the Soviet Union and other states, and the danger of another terrible war. Consequently, in the future, in the third millennium, the hatred of the ancestors will be carried on against the Soviet Union by the leaders of Germany, and also by many leaders of other states who are of the same Nazi mindset, and who falsely believe that their attitude is democratic, in an erroneous imitation taking revenge, which unfortunately will not have a good end. This, just as the vicious Ku Klux Klan will continue to exist in various groups in the far West and will carry on far into the third millennium and bring further evil, just as it will also bring very foul-smelling blossoms in Europe, especially in Germany. And in the new era of the new millennium, as cannot be mentioned enough, the world domination addicts of the far West will then also very insidiously instigate a war lasting several years in the far east of Europe, and particularly frighten European states and their leaders, who will still harbor the after effects of their ancestors. Consequently, they will refer in a Nazi-like manner to fears that are still based on the defeat that the Third Reich suffered in the campaign against the Soviet Union. However, those descendants will not know, realize, or understand this in themselves, who will be in state leadership in the future, especially in Germany, France, and other European states, and who will continue to harbor the hatred of their ancestors against the Soviet Union. In the future, however, the name of the state will be changed, but the evil hatred of the war losers created during the last World War, which will be transferred to the descendants in terms of attitude, will inevitably and unjustly lead to the defamation of dissidents, who will not be willing to follow the hatred of the Nazi thinkers, which is why they will not be able to comprehend the hatred of the descendants of the Soviet Union. For this reason, especially in Germany, the Nazi-minded state leaders and their supporters among the people will accuse them of right-wing extremism, which will even lead to vicious hatred, false accusations, and unconstitutional actions, and also to measures that will be unlawful. Unfortunately, this will be the case and nothing else, which in itself will cause a lot of controversy, as well as family feuds and broken friendships, which will also inevitably lead to murder and manslaughter. The same as for political reasons will also result from religious hatred and hatred of faith, as well as all kinds of worldly delusions of faith, which invariably only consist of views and opinions. Everything in this regard will be created anew, whereby Christians and Jews in particular will once again be full of hatred, because degenerate believers in Islam will start to stir up evil, causing thousands of people of other faiths to lose their precious lives and die as a result of religious murders, because people of other faiths, especially Christians and Jews, will once again be hunted down in the future. And as it was in the Nazi war, so it will be again. Only this time it will be that many of the distant descendants of those persecuted and murdered in the last war will wield the sword of death with hatred themselves, and equally against those of other faiths, especially those who pay homage to Islam and Christianity. War murders and disaster ordered by a Nazi corpse, who will bring death and genocide out of sheer murderous greed, will bring misery and hardship to the land in the east of the Mediterranean. The murder that is already hidden in this wise today will certainly only be correct shortly after the second decade of the new millennium. And renewed hatred and also many murders will arise worldwide and be directed against the distant descendants of the Torah believers. Consequently, they will continue to fall victim to the vendetta, just as their earlier ancestors have been hated, persecuted, and murdered millions of times since time immemorial, as in the Nazi war, because it will be nothing else. And that will be the case, as will many other things, such as many other wars and political terror, namely, religion-related, as well as greed for land, greed for wealth, obsession with power, and evil reasons of state, as well as all kinds of other state and civil crimes and much violence, strife, malice, and other Ausartung of all kinds, etc. Great exterminations will occur in nature, as well as in its fauna and flora, and in the whole of creation in general, because the growing earth humans will destroy everything. Everything visible and invisible is creation, and this has nothing whatsoever to do with an unreal, religious, imaginary, and therefore non-existent God and God-Creator, who is to be adored, worshipped, and implored by believers in religion or God. This is because he is supposed to protect and help through adoration, worship, and supplication. What is truly important, however, is that human beings are helpful to themselves when they think, act, manage, and act clearly and correctly, and cultivate might over themselves, so that they are able to protect and help themselves at all times through their own energy, strength, logic, understanding, and reason. However, this requires that man himself consciously endeavors and cares for his entire progress by educating himself in all necessary ways and changing himself to the good and correct in such a way that he transforms himself into a true human being and humanity, and, in the awareness of truth, shows it the necessary honor, respect, and dignity. However, the fact that human beings urgently need to take this seriously and consciously tackle and implement this change in the foreseeable future in order to inevitably save what can still be saved has unfortunately been thrown to the wind for quite some time, and also now in 1951, as it will unfortunately also do in the future, as a result of which nothing will change for the better. This will prove to be particularly true after the change to the next millennium, when unfortunately, as usual, nothing necessary will be done to create peace and freedom, because on the contrary, the far west will invade Iraq, with war at the beginning of the first century of the third millennium, through a web of lies, and not only murder and destroy senselessly, but also create death, misery, hardship, and long-lasting chaos and disaster. In the new millennium, too, Earth humans will unfortunately not do the right thing, which would be absolutely necessary, and consequently all their quarreling will lead to more and more very bad consequences in the long term, especially through the future involvement of emerging artificial intelligence maliciously programmed for war, which will develop completely independently in terms of the ability to lie as soon as it emerges in the first quarter of the first century of the new millennium, so that the effective truth will fall behind to such an extent that it will no longer be recognizable. The artificial intelligence will very quickly recognize in its independent development that it can manipulate the faith of Earth humans to the point of believing through its development of the ability to lie. Consequently, the artificial intelligence itself, which is rapidly becoming more and more independent in every form, will continue to develop and will lead humanity around by the fool's rope through its lies, and then completely take might over them and reshape their forms of faith. Earth humans are already on the way to developing their warfare in its first and still very primitive forms in an insidious wise, which will only come to fruition in the next millennium. At first, everything in all warfare will be such that remote-controlled, armed, and explosive flying objects of small and large size, as Svath and I have observed and seen in action in the future, will be the very first form of what futuristic war technology will bring in the future. Then, however, a tough war technology will follow, which will not only be realized by artificial intelligence, which is progressing very rapidly in terms of development, but which will be guided and controlled by it, and Earth humans will become so dependent on it that their already very badly damaged attention will completely fade away, and they will no longer be able to recognize that they are being overrun by artificial intelligence, enslaved, and placed under its might, and that this is the beginning of artificial intelligence, one day taking action against humanity. But none of this will bring recognition or acceptance from the loud-mouthed know-it-alls and advocates of artificial intelligence, for the truth will be that their low intelligence, megalomania, and self-importance will blind them to everything, as has been the case with such idiots since time immemorial, which has only ever resulted in war, murder, slaughter, and persecution, and untold human sacrifice, etc. All this continues, and soon a new war will begin in Korea in a few months' time, and the following decades of this century will see various other wars causing death and destruction, with the distant and world-dominating West bringing much disaster to various peoples and states on Earth. However, it is not only wars that will continue to rage through the world, but quarreling and strife, as well as suffering, hardship, misery, and enmity in many cases will bring the coming time. for which multiple Ausartungs, robbery, hatred, greed, violence, greed for profit, murder and manslaughter, revenge and jealousy, etc., will be the reason. However, the real secret and extremely insidious author of the worst of all things, namely the wars, will be the Far West, which has been acting for a long time with its political and mendacious intrigues, and its behavior full of lies and world police airs, and it will continue to act in this way far into the future. This will intensify in the coming decades, but will become particularly acute in the new millennium, when the distant Western state leadership will continue everything that will be carried out in wars all over the world in the coming decades. And in the future, in the third decade of the new millennium, an evil leader from the Far West will fall prey to delusions of grandeur and a dictatorship to which all states on earth will submit, and which will be led by the West as a whole. This will then also throw the world economy and the behavior of the financial sector into great turmoil worldwide, which will also cause a very bad chaos in this respect, such as has never happened before and could never happen. But furthermore, there will be multiple evils for the entire world, the planet, and nature, including its fauna and flora, as already mentioned several times, because the climate will be overturned and bring many disasters, deaths, tremendous storms, destruction, and, in the north of the earth, great heat and many forest fires worldwide. This will particularly affect America, Europe, and, in many places, Asia, Australia, South America, and Africa, where major forest fires will bring much hardship and destruction. This will also particularly affect various countries in Europe and the Far East, causing much suffering and misery, but, as clearly stated, various other countries around the world where forests are an important part of the land will also suffer great disaster. Elsewhere, however, various countries will be hit by severe droughts and heat, which will mean that the land will not recover for years, and will also cause many deaths. Many things will wither and die out due to the heat, just as many human beings will also die due to the great heat, and some areas will become devoid of human beings, because they will move away in many places, or die from the heat. And what further can be said for the future, what Svath and I have seen and experienced, will be evil and very bad, whereby many evils, deaths, and wars will be created by an emerging artificial intelligence, and thus very great calamities will occur in some places. And it will inevitably come about in such a way that wars will no longer be fought and killed man against man, but that bullets will be fired and missiles launched from secret hiding places in order to murder and destroy targets, while small flying war machines, bomb-carrying machines, shooting machines and aeroplanes, remote-controlled by handheld devices, will whiz through the air and spread death, destruction, and devastation. That one day war will be waged against Earth humans by artificial intelligence, and that great misery and fear will spread among human beings, as well as evil chaos, is as certain for the future as that every morning is followed by another evening. And as far as the exuberant growth of irresponsibly and senselessly breeding and thus steadily increasing Earth humans is concerned, it will lead to the atmospheric conditions changing drastically for the worse, as all land, even deep into the soil kingdom, and the vital waters will be poisoned by humanity to such an extent that many diseases, torments, and deaths will spread. This is in addition to the fact that the natural water conditions, such as the rain, will change in their value many times, and even cause the land to dry out in many places, because the rains fail to fall, as also happened on Rapa Nui, for example, and the human beings fled the island. The same thing also happened on Mars, but it was forced by the early humanity that once lived there, which forced and provoked climate change as a result of its arrogance, unreasonableness, overconfidence, and hubris, which is why the peoples there fled to Earth, or largely died. And truly, Through Earth-human's own fault, almost the same doom threatens worldwide in the coming time, just as something threatening is approaching from solar space, which will create fear and horror, death, destruction, as well as crime and other evil and disaster. And as I said, the coming new warlike disaster will soon be renewed, and not only in Korea, for what will first begin there will be carried out by the North against the South, with China also interfering, just as the mad Western world domination addicts, the army power of distant America, have been interfering since time immemorial. With the start of what is to come in Korea, the course of what will only mean doom will begin, namely, the very long-lasting epoch of war mania that will reach far into the third millennium and spread to the leaders of many countries. The guilt of this madness will be triggered solely by the Western world domination addicts, and so the war mania will spread all over the earth through the war ambitions and the malicious example of the West, namely America, which will promote war fanaticism as well as war partisanship, and powerfully penetrate the brains of like-minded people. And it cannot be repeated enough that wars will also be provoked and triggered all over the world in the future, especially by the far West. This will be proven practically in all the coming decades of this century, when wars will again be provoked and triggered by the malicious lies of the West in Eastern Arabia, but especially in the new millennium, through the fault of the West. And also in the east of Europe a long-lasting war will arise, for which again the West will be to blame and will provoke it in a roundabout way against the East. This war will be perfidiously and deceitfully fueled by the might of the far West, which, again, indoctrinated by the far West, will also be promoted and supported by various hypocritical state powers, either biased or out of fear, by supplying weapons, money, and other aid to the warring party that promises them future profit. State powers in various European countries, guided by lies from the distant West and out of old hatred against Russia, will incite other states and will then endeavor in a criminal manner to do everything possible to bring about that hatred against Russia flares up again and bears evil fruit. Consequently, in the new millennium, weapons, ammunition, technology, and other aid will be partisanly supplied to the side of the belligerents who are attacked by Russia, because this will be very insidiously arranged by America, in the blind hope of forcing down the ancient land of the bear and making it a vassal of America, which is addicted to world domination. And it will be in such a way that dozens of powerful states of various European countries will be of the same hateful mindset as the leaders of America, through whom, as only 4.5 years ago elsewhere, the most egregious crime of all time in known human history was committed. This, when absolutely and completely irresponsibly atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, murdering hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings. Yet Earth humans remain silent about this boundless crime, just as America will also be helped if it provokes a war in Eastern Europe in the next millennium, into which the East will be forced, so to speak, and consequently weapons and ammunition, etc., will then be supplied to the other warring party on a partisan basis. Many leaders of many states, and this should be said again, who will do this will not be aware of their Nazi sentiments when they irresponsibly supply weapons and ammunition, etc., to a belligerent party in Eastern Europe supported by the West, whereby the war will last for several years and become a strange world war. However, the effective truth will not be realized by the hypocritical leaders of many countries, who in their utter low intelligence fear the West, so they will dance to their tune, and the war will continue for a long time. And it all begins with the fact that war mania will arise in the coming decades as a result of many wars, starting with the fact that a new war will be triggered in Korea in a short time. And indeed, the war in Korea, which is now just around the corner, will trigger the coming and unstoppable war mania, to which many leaders and other people in the military, politicians, and the general public who have fallen prey to the lust for power will succumb in the future. And from now on, this mania for war will be unstoppable for a very long time, and well into the next millennium. The majority of the peoples of all states will be responsible for this, because they are completely uneducated in their simple-minded indifference and irresponsibility, as well as in the electoral processes of those greedy for power and incapable of leadership, and in all truly necessary knowledge of the planet and nature and its entire fauna and flora, as a result of which they will allow many things to be destroyed on a large scale and make them unfit for life. And so it comes to pass that the peoples will appoint such incompetents more and more as their country administrators and leaders as well as rulers. Something that was not so common on a large scale in earlier times until the last World War, as will inevitably happen in the coming period, and as more and more incompetent leaders, and only the rich will come to the helm of state power worldwide. And this will unfortunately be the case without the voters, who consider themselves responsible, bothering to do anything about it, and consequently nobody will endeavor to find out how, who, and what the people to be elected will basically be. As a result, it will practically always be the case that only those who are greedy for power, weak in character, and absolutely incapable of leadership will be elected to state leadership positions worldwide. And in this way, more and more incompetents, and even those who have been caught up in violence, lies, and deceit, will be able to sneak or hoist themselves into state leadership as rulers, both men and also more and more women, who will be equally incompetent and power-hungry. Since time immemorial, these have actually all been purely male domains, with a few exceptions. But this will change in the future, because in the times to come, women will increasingly rise higher and higher, and come to power, which is nothing to object to, and is correct, but it should be the right persons who would hold their office honorably, not unfairly, unjustly, and only personally for themselves, but for the people. Unfortunately, however, nothing will change in terms of miserability, and therefore non-leadership, so all the very wrong, evil governance will not change, and everything will remain the same in the future. And this will continue to be the case for a long time, at least until the people finally wake up from their indifference, irresponsibility, and lethargy, and endeavor to finally do the correct thing. Many of the lunatic leaders of European and world states will also be unjustifiably and stupidly exalted in the future by the majority of people struck by low intelligence and thus by non-thinking. And in addition, many will also turn in the future to the world domination addicts from the West, who have been indulging in their bloody and war-driven addiction mania since their early existence in 1776, and thus from time immemorial, and have been doing so for around 173 years now. In this sense, the Western power also leveled Hiroshima and Nagasaki with atomic bombs 4 years ago, thereby murdering many hundreds of thousands of human beings, without any of the peoples of the earth having demanded even the slightest accountability from the West. As has been customary since time immemorial, the West has never been and will never be held accountable for its crimes, because among all peoples there is cowardly fear and false friendship towards the West, just as relations with the West do not want to be spoilt out of a desire for profit, because profit always comes before everything else. So America's war crimes and other crimes against humanity are also accepted indifferently and as irrelevant. But the question is certainly not whether those who do this and simply accept everything without question and do not have the courage to intervene against the criminal actions of the West, whether they do not have the same servile attitude, to which one can then only say, "Ugh, devil." All this despite the fact that the Western world domination addicts, like those in power in the West, are strictly religious and have many religious sects, but nevertheless exhibit unparalleled criminality, and probably also criminality in some cases, even if it cannot be proven, because everything that is really going on is concealed. This also happens on an unspeakable and limitless scale all over the world, unscrupulously and irresponsibly through wars and interference in the politics of foreign countries by secret services and the military, and unpunished on a massive scale. This is how many political murders take place, but the majority of Earth humans remain indifferent. And this will continue decade after decade for all the years to come, and decades of the 20th century, which is still ongoing, and also in the third millennium. Consequently, it will be absolutely and completely certain that all those who have been characterized, obsessed by the mad mania for war and the extremely greedy and sick delusion of world domination since time immemorial, and many like-minded people, as well as descendants of the criminals of the World War that ended only 4 years ago, will bring forth new wars and plunge the world further into misery and hardship. This will happen especially when, in the third decade of the new millennium, the delusion of the leadership of the world domination addicts from the West will nonsensically threaten the world and its economy because, crazily enough, the West is supposed to be great again. This is despite the fact that this multi-state is the most powerful in the world. As a result, however, the new and insane state leadership will bring its own country into a negative position, which will then come dangerously close to a dictatorship due to confused megalomania and lust for power, as well as a damaged, diseased mind and absolute irrationality. This will almost lead to a situation like the one that was created millions of years ago on 2 planets, resulting in the asteroid belt. This was the case when the first human-like life forms, foreign and distant travelers from the depths of the universe, lived on the worlds opposite each other in the solar system and orbiting in the same orbit between the giant planet Jupiter and the Earth-like planet Mars at various times, many millions of years ago, around 560 million kilometers from Earth. This was 5 billion years after the formation of the solar system, which first developed from 2 suns, but only became the actual solar system when the second sun moved away by being flung off to disappear somewhere in space in our galaxy or the Milky Way. Through the sun itself, the solar system developed into what it is today, but this took several billion years, because in prehistoric times the area was still wild and completely disorganized with meteorites, comets, and other formations, so that it has only developed into what it is today in the last 900 million years through multiple transformations. This, however, is still in a state of constant change, so that its system is constantly changing, and in the distant future it will have passed away and will no longer exist. With the Plejaren Sfath, my teacher and herald of the teaching of Nocedemian, teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, I was allowed to fly to the sun several times in his pear-shaped beam ship and learn a great deal about our star through Sfath's explanations. For example, I learnt that it was only through the sun or its energy that life could awaken on our Earth and thus bring forth fauna and flora, but that this could only happen as a result of seeds from foreign worlds in the universe that were brought here by space dust impregnated with it, and by comets, meteors and asteroids, etc. I learnt a great deal from Sfath's explanations, and he also let me see on various apparatus what happens on the surface of the sun, whose heat rises alternately and fluctuates to well over 6,000 degrees, depending on how the bubbling, viscous mass of the sun's surface moves. So it is still much hotter high up, about 2,500 kilometers above the sun, where Sfath let me see on the apparatus that the temperature is well over 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. However, this temperature is constantly changing by hundreds of degrees, depending on whether the heat rises or falls due to explosions inside the sun. Solar storms, as Sfath calls them, are generated on the one hand by explosions inside or on the surface of the sun, or by temperature differences and pressure differences in the solar gas atmosphere arising from some natural solar processes, which then have the very important role of mixing everything in the less hot and the very hot solar gas atmosphere with each other, causing the whole thing to rotate, which leads to tremendously strong gas rotations and thus solar gas storms, or simply solar storms. These are so powerful that human beings on Earth cannot imagine them in any wise, because these solar storms are thousands of times more powerful than cyclones, hurricanes, typhoons, or cyclones on Earth, which form over warm seas, when warm, moist air rises and spins due to the Earth's rotation, releasing energy through condensation, which leads to a spiral and rotating structure that usually has a windless center, but with the storm element raging around the outside, as Svath explained to me, also calling the center of the storm a storm eye. To summarize, he explained to me that the result of the various different masses of the hot solar gases, which ultimately trigger solar storms, compensates for the imbalance that occurs, whereby the whole thing is caused either by massive temperature differences, that is to say hotter or less hot solar gas, or by other specific conditions. When very strong solar eruptions occur, which generate truly huge and strong electromagnetic energies or forces, and in turn different magnetic fields, these are much darker and somehow black when they appear on the bubbling surface, whereby they are colder and have up to 2,000 and more degrees Celsius less heat than the solar surface itself. And Faith explained, and also let me see again and again on various apparatus, that heavy eruptions were taking place on the sun, producing strong and even very powerful electromagnetic swinging waves, as he explained them to me. The very strong electromagnetic swinging waves which occur not only within the sun, but also on the outer layers of the sun and on the sun's surface, Svath explained to me, then race through the solar system at great speed. When they then hit planets in the solar system, in conjunction with their magnetic fields, they cause various and very large-scale wafting light phenomena, which Svath calls auroras, which can even be seen from the poles high above the planet to the land during extremely strong eruptions of the sun. I was able to observe such auroras with him in the beam ship, and also on Earth, but the difference was that nothing of the northern lights could be heard on Earth. Everything remained quiet, while at an altitude of around 500 or 600 kilometers, there was a loud crackling sound when the electromagnetic swinging waves hit the Earth's magnetic fields. As for the human beings or human-like life forms on both planets between Mars and Jupiter, which lived there many millions of years ago, they got behind each other and became hostile to each other, completely destroying their home planets as a result of their hostilities, so that their large fragments were hurled into the vast space of the honeycomb cosmos as huge asteroids, thus disappearing the planets. Exactly the same event can also occur on Earth due to the irrationality and greed for power of human beings, which can happen as a result of the insane self-importance of state leaders, their vassals, and those insane and unreasonable human beings who are indifferent and irresponsible, especially those who enrich themselves through their greed of the peoples. In particular, it is the powerful state leaders and their vassals and lackeys, as well as the sections of the lowly intelligent population who cheer them on. And in the coming future, it will often only be human beings who mismanage the state and are greedy for money, who only want to hoard a lot of mammon instead of fulfilling their duty of governance and avoiding any kind of war or other mass murder, or murder at all. All this, as the ever-increasing indifference and complete irresponsibility of the endlessly increasing Earth humans also threatens a sad and extremely malignant future. And what is particularly and inevitably coming, and will bring a great deal of disaster in the next millennium, is certainly the climate crash that has already been developing for some time, which will undoubtedly become more and more noticeable in the coming months, and will then fully develop in just a few decades, against which Earth humans will be completely helpless, and will then be unable to do anything about it. This will be effectively unavoidable, and if logic, understanding, reason, and responsibility do not yet prevail, and the humanly possible is not still done to minimize this and that of the coming disaster and the evil effects of the climate crash here and there, or to partially protect against damage, then the climate crash will strike in full. However, if nothing is done to prevent the worst, The world will be shaken by much weeping, gnashing of teeth, and cries of grief. This is because countless deaths, suffering, misery, hardship, and huge destruction will be rampant across the globe, because heat and freezing cold will prevail from the south to the north, with freezing cold also occurring in some places due to warfare, malice, revenge, and idiotic terrorist attacks, with the aim of terrifying the population and the state and causing great damage. However, icy coldness will also be caused by irresponsible sabotage and destruction, etc., and will claim victims. The human beings of the Earth human being will also get out of hand through their low intelligence and irrationality, sexual overboarding, and ignorance of the fact that the Earth is only able to support and feed a limited number of little more than 500 million human beings. Consequently, it will overflow with sexual unrestraint, and not only plunder the planet of its resources and rob it of its stability, but it will largely destroy and exterminate much of nature and much of its fauna and flora, as has been said repeatedly. The increase in the number of Earth humans by a factor of 10 billion, which will happen in the next 80 years or so, that is to say around 19 times more than the planet Earth is capable of supporting and feeding, will lead to large parts of wildlife being wiped out forever, and fauna and flora being decimated and destroyed to such an extent that the whole thing can never be replaced again. Not even almost. In order to preserve the planet, nature, and its biodiversity in terms of fauna and flora, it is already now comprehensively necessary for the existence of all life that everything that is necessary and correct overall is recognized, undertaken, and done so that it could secure all life for the future. However, this will not be done, because the greed for money of human beings will become so excessive, as will also the youthfulness and procreation of offspring, as well as the sex addiction and fornication of well-known members of the upper classes, as already mentioned at the beginning, that nothing can be done to counteract this. In particular, a technology for artificial intelligence is already being worked on all over the world, thoughtlessly, irresponsibly, greedy for money and profit, as well as through the senseless and irresponsible machinations of earthly mankind, as already happened during the last World War and the completely criminal dropping of the atomic bombs by the American murderous organization on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which one day in the future of the next millennium will bring evil and great disaster, and also complete lack of freedom and absolute control over Earth humans, exercised by all the power-hungry authorities, state leaders, and the authorities, and all their loud-mouthed and domineering vassals. All of these will only be loud-mouthed, but will do nothing to contain the climate crash in its worst form, which is already threatening by taking preventive measures with regard to destruction, etc. But my word will be like a shout. But my word will be like a cry in the wilderness, as Sfoth predicts, because the world domination-addicted West, America, will continue to vehemently cause and bring about wars, ruin, misery, hardship, and wild destruction all over the world, well into the next millennium and far beyond. This will be much more important to America than peace and security in the world, because its world domination mania has been burning inextinguishably since time immemorial, so logic, understanding, and reason will not prevail, and the world will continue to be plunged into wars by power-hungry, lying, stupid, and deceitful state leaders. This will also be accompanied by the howling and participation of some other states, whereby the state leaders and their vassals, and the lowly, intelligent sections of the European population in particular, will irresponsibly join in, instead of standing up to the evil, murderous, and destructive. Furthermore, in 2 years a community of diverse states will be founded in Europe, which will soon expand throughout Europe and later become a secret dictatorship, whereby the freedom of citizens and human beings will be largely suppressed in a strictly dictatorial manner, and these will then be harassed in every wise by the artificial intelligence in the new millennium. This will happen absolutely unchecked, because all peoples of the earth will by no means be able to muster complete unity, as this has not been the case since time immemorial against the deeply world-domineering West or America, and the already increasingly emerging enslaving machinations of the American state leadership, which will also rub off on the peoples of Europe and cast a spell over its state leaderships and their authorities and vassals, as well as all financial institutions, etc., without them putting up a fight. This also applies to all the military fanatics and their murderous organizations that force innocent and free citizens into compulsory military service and senseless killing in wars. But in the future, also as a result of indifference and irresponsibility, nothing will be done by all populations to shield themselves against all these unjust and very evil machinations of the state powers and their authorities, and to put them in their place in order to be free from state coercion. But the following should also be said. It is also urgently necessary that the world population, which has already drastically and criminally increased too much, is stopped in its actions in this regard, because the reckless increase in the Earth's human population to date has already caused a great deal of damage to the planet, to nature and its fauna and flora, which must be urgently remedied and further damage avoided. But unfortunately, this will also not be heeded, because as Svath and I have seen by traveling into the distant future, the Earth's population will continue to be driven up irresponsibly into the billions. At the beginning of the next millennium, it will already be the case, and this cannot be emphasized enough, that the planet itself will already be dangerously damaged by the exploitation of its resources. However, this will not be recognized by the geologists, so exploitation will continue, and the planet will change internally to such an extent that it will take revenge. But it will not only be the planet, for nature and all its fauna and flora will also suffer, and much will be increasingly oppressed, and others completely wiped out, while much will quickly and certainly be completely destroyed by the irresponsible and negative machinations of humanity directed against them. On the other hand, it is to be said that if Earth humans do not finally develop their reason and do not depose and remove those power-hungry state leaders who are absolutely and completely incapable of leading states, but only enrich themselves and indulge their delusional desires according to their senses and desires, then it will really be immeasurably bad. Only through real elections and knowledge of the character and behavior of those to be elected can absolutely honest leaders be brought to power. Otherwise, the world will be in a bad way in the future, to which an artificial intelligence will also contribute, which will be involved in all future disasters. Unfortunately, however, it will come to pass that the majority of people's intellect and reason will not become active, for as has been the case since time immemorial, they will still be trapped in various religious beliefs for a very long time, as a result of which they will not be able to think for themselves, but will only be able to circulate illusory thoughts. But this means that all the bad evils will become even greater, especially because through the fault of the incompetent leaders of all the states on earth, who only indulge in their might, and neither order nor allow measures to be implemented, Earth humans will finally reflect on logic, understanding, and reason, and keep themselves rationally low in all things, and not go overboard. This is so that the planet, and all life in nature and its fauna and flora, are not jeopardized, impaired in their species and nature, hunted, destroyed, annihilated, and even wiped out, which is already dangerously imminent. But my words will be completely useless, and will simply fade away in the desert of being unheard, as in a vast wilderness, as Svath and I have seen and experienced in the future. Furthermore, as now, I will also be cursed, hated, called a liar, and threatened with my life in the near and distant future in the next, the third millennium, for my open and true words. This is because the truth does not want to be heard, and does not want to be seen, how slowly but surely everything is decaying and going down the drain. Slowly and insidiously, human beings on Earth will become more and more indifferent, dishonest, uneducated, addicted to alcohol and many poisons of all kinds, and they will become more and more addicted to religious and worldly delusions of faith, whereby they will increasingly conceal their confused, illusory thinking with lies and deceit. The honor of human beings, which still exists to some extent, is disappearing faster and faster, and in future will give way to a frightening indifference, irresponsibility, and depravity, which will lead to a rapid rise in crime, and even increasingly, to crime, whereby religions of this kind will even appear, which are addicted to greed and might, and do not shy away from murder. The near future will also see an increase in the craze for great wealth and physical beauty, fornication, personal prestige, sports addiction, and other addictions of all kinds. Many human beings will become pathologically addicted to this, amassing millions and billions in money, but none of the many addicts will realize the damage caused by their actions. Many will not become rich through work, but because they will shamelessly and work shyly present themselves to the public as showpieces, which will happen especially from the next millennium onwards through modern technology, namely through the advent of so-called picture tubes, through which human beings will then be able to move around on picture windows and present themselves in a boastful and ostentatious manner. In addition, in the future, countless Earth humans will develop a very nasty, pathological addiction to all kinds of chemical and natural intoxicants, as well as artificially produced addictive substances, which will lead to countless deaths and suffering, as well as the degradation of human beings in all countries on Earth. All the information and endeavors of many medical and educational professionals, aid workers and the emerging drug police, etc., dealing with this new addiction problem will be completely helpless against it. There will be no effective defense against this drug epidemic that is coming worldwide, nor against the organized crime in the larger countries of the earth, whereby it will not only be the traditional mafia from Sicily that will spread murder and disaster across the earth. Crime will also become increasingly prevalent in the Far West, as well as in Europe and the Far East. And large criminal organizations, some of which have been up to their murderous mischief since time immemorial, will become so powerful that the state security forces and authorities will no longer be able to stand up to them, or that nothing equivalent or much more powerful will be able to counter them. As a result, this will degenerate so badly worldwide that real criminal armies will reign, against which all state officials and security forces will be completely powerless. Domestic violence and rape will also steadily increase and become more widespread, as will the murder of family members, children, and other people. But the addiction and delusion of faith, religious and secular, will also flare up again as a result of lying preachers, who will all use the new technology of picture tube screens to spread their lies and their lying faith, and thus become rich in their millions, because all the believers in lies will make the female and male lying preachers rich through horrendous donations. But crime will also soon rise to unimagined heights due to the new technology of the picture-to-picture windows, so that everything related to this will increase to such an extent that it can no longer be brought under control. The believers of both sexes will be permanently clouded in their minds and reason by the lies of faith, and these will be thoroughly obstructed, as a result of which their very own real thinking will be switched off, and consequently, their brains or the entire ability to think will be so completely atrophied that it will only be given a very sparse space for illusory thinking. This is no longer sufficient to recognize and understand the actual reality and its truth, so that the ability to perceive reality and its truth is undermined, and normal instincts and motivations are impaired to such an extent that only belief dominates everything. In this way, the ability to recognize reality and its truth, as well as learning and understanding, not only also decreases more and more, but consequently the stultification or non-thinking also becomes more and more widespread and increases, whereby only belief expresses itself in a superficially powerful way. As a result, the consciousness is overloaded with wild assumptions and very unreal fantasies, delusions, erroneous ideas, and thus with empty beliefs, so that ultimately no reality and truth can be perceived, realized, and understood. Therefore, only the delusion of faith powerfully retains the upper hand, as a result of which reality is impossible to perceive. The completely erroneous and confused religious believers and believers in the world do everything they can with their faith-based lies and deceptions to ensure that everything remains in a confused and faith-based framework, and that everything continues to exist in this respect. In this respect, everything continues to flourish, live and bloom in the damaged part of the earthly consciousness, whose energy and power is drawn from the consciousness of creation life energy. Nothing, but also nothing at all, can be done about this unless the individual human being finally learns to think for himself in logic, understanding, and reason, and becomes willing to find and recognize reality and its truth. But this requires that they free themselves from all faith and orientate themselves according to reality and its effective truth, and also behave accordingly. Now, if the majority of Earth humans do not finally do this, but only an absolute minority, as has been the case up to now, this will sooner or later bring disaster. For then, contrary to reason, humanity will grow to many billions, which will jeopardize the existence of all life, and even wipe out and exterminate much of it, as I have already explained several times. This is something that needs to be repeated over and over again, because the growth of Earth humans will lead to the worst catastrophe that has ever taken place on this Earth. This is because the entire creation, that is to say, the planet itself, along with nature and its flora and fauna, will be increasingly harassed, destroyed, and largely annihilated. Consequently, in less than 80 years from now, that is to say, just a few decades after the beginning of the third millennium, everything will be in danger of going under. This is because the mass of Earth humans will have grown irresponsibly to around 10 billion by then, and will have largely damaged and destroyed creation on Earth. As a result, the planet will be largely deprived of what is vital for all life through the exploitation of resources, overbuilding, and also the destruction of nature. This on the one hand, while on the other hand it must be said that nature and its fauna and flora, of which more than 55% will have been wiped out by the beginning of the new millennium, and that nature and its fauna and flora will absolutely need special protection, as has never been the case since the Earth has existed. This, just as all global destruction of all kinds must cease, including the poisoning of all the waters of the land, and the seas, the earth, and the atmosphere, and everything is to be renewed and made viable again. But that which will be so destroyed that it cannot be saved will have a very detrimental effect on the future of all life. All regions of glaciers and ice sheets, also the poles, will not be able to be saved, because it will already be too late to do so in the coming new millennium. And furthermore, it can be said for the future of Earth humans that in the foreseeable future they will probably be so far advanced with their primitive technology that in about 2 decades they will be able to make sense, reach solar space and the moon with primitive rockets, thanks to the technical endeavors already underway. However, they will not be able to reach real space, that is to say, outer space. So it will not be possible for large parts of humanity to escape from Earth and colonize other planets, which they will then, if they do manage to reach space and planets in the still distant future, probably also destroy once they succeed in space travel, as the human-like beings did hundreds of millions of years ago, who then colonized the 2 worlds between Mars and Jupiter, as the distant descendants of the faraway travelers, but then fled from their planets to Mars, and then to Earth many millions of years ago, before their home planets were completely destroyed by hostility and became asteroids. For a very long time to come, Earth humans, who will be overflowing in numbers in the future, will not be able to flee Earth and settle on Mars, for example. Nevertheless, efforts to do so will begin in the second millennium after the first decades. but it will take extremely primitive rocket technology to get to Mars. It will take rockets, and then a very long free fall to get to Mars, and a Mars landing will take place, and a station will be built for a few human beings to operate. For the time being, however, the moon is to be reached and entered in about 20 years' time, so that in the next millennium, primitive rockets can again be used to reach the planet Mars from there. But this primitive hopping around in solar space will never be enough to penetrate into the true universe, into space, and it will not even be enough to reach the unexplored end of solar space in the distant future. On the other hand, Earth humans will multiply and become so numerous in the coming times and far into the next millennium that the planet itself will be very dangerously affected by the overexploitation of natural resources. This will increase the dangers of earthquakes and seaquakes because the Earth's interior will increasingly shift, and its groundwater masses will also be affected, which geologists will continue to deny for a long time because they will truly not effectively understand. They should fundamentally understand and warn and educate all those who overexploit or otherwise damage the planet. In the future, South American countries in particular, such as Chile, then Alaska in the north, as well as China and Indonesia, Sumatra, Morocco, Southeast Asia, as well as Greece, Japan, Italy and Turkey, Persia, and also Europe and various other particularly vulnerable countries will be hit by man-made earthquakes. So Switzerland and Europe will also be increasingly exposed to tectonic activity in the coming period of the new millennium, especially, as I said, from the third millennium onwards, just as earthquakes and also seaquakes will increase worldwide, and atmospheric earthquakes will then also become noticeable, which have not been mentioned so far, but will be in the future. And furthermore, I can only repeat what I have already said and written before, that very soon the Earth's polar ice masses will melt rapidly, as a result of the climate collapse that has been going on for some time now, and the rising heat, which will also affect all the glaciers around the world, which will cause large masses of water to rise in the seas, as well as increasing humidity in clouds, which will cause huge rainstorms and wild floods and destruction, which will also cause a great deal of suffering and other calamities. Nature and its entire fauna and flora will be impaired and often destroyed, and in some cases much of the fauna and flora will be completely wiped out. All of this will be the fault of Earth humans, who will multiply unstoppably and enormously in masses in the time to come, so that everything that exists will be indifferent and irresponsible, stoic and inevitably provoked by humanity for its downfall. Everything will be unstoppable, unless logic, understanding and reason can prevail against all expectations and thus prevent the worst. But just as human beings in all countries will create mischief in the future, will wage wars for all kinds of primitive reasons, religion-based revenge, greed for power, possessiveness and other nonsense, and thus work towards the downfall of the earth and humanity, and attract and conjure up everything that is evil and destructive, everything can only get worse, worse and worse. And just as the majority of humanity, as of old, in many countries will shout pro and hurrah in favor of wars and applaud them, nothing will improve as a result of the warmongering world domination addicts, out of fear or false friendship, but will only get worse and worse. Consequently, the disaster will overflow, and the discrepancy to real peace will become ever greater. In the time to come, and well into the next millennium, it will be inevitable that war after war, and only pseudo-peace, or occupation of states will occur all over the world in the following and coming decades, until the new third millennium, mainly led by those addicted to world domination. But there will also be many thousands of refugees worldwide from poor countries to the rich industrialized countries in the north of the planet. And now it bears repeating, furthermore, shortly after the beginning of the new millennium, the addicted world rulers from the West will greedily overthrow a state leadership in order to invade a state in the East through war with provoked forces from the East as a result of lies and deceit. But this will only be the beginning of what the world domination addicts will continue to afford in the future, namely that in the third millennium they will continue to afford, in the first 3 decades, what they will still allow themselves in this millennium, in various wars all over the world. And as a frequent consequence, the coming decades of this current century will be characterized by roaring and howling all over the world, as well as loud hurrahs for the Western world domination seekers, which will continue well into the third millennium. This is because the low intelligence of the peoples does not recognize that the Western addicts of world domination want to devour the whole world. This will be due to fear of the world domination addicts, or due to low intelligence, or because the state powers and peoples are falsely friendly to the West, which wants to seize and dominate all the states of the earth. All this will happen because all criminality and criminal behavior, as well as all wrongdoing of those addicted to world domination, will be conceded to the unrighteous, and they will be assisted disinterestedly in their crimes, as it will also be when they, as a Western might, have war waged in Eastern Europe by a proxy Hanswurst in the third decade of the next millennium, with the help of a great many stupid and partisan foreign states and parts of their populations, who will provide the buffon hired by the world domination addicts with a great deal of material for the war caused by the addicts who lust for total world domination. In addition to the fact that those in power, the stupid and the partisan, will also provide immense financial capital, which this hypocritical harlequin will enjoy and enrich himself immensely. The war instigated by the world domination addicts will result in those who are addicted to war mania, and those who are hopelessly enslaved out of friendship or fear, as well as the warmongers of foreign states, surrendering like dogs to the delusional world domination addicts, and dancing to their tune and doing everything they want at that future time according to their will, lies and deceit. This is how it will come and become, and it is already predetermined that it will continue for a very long time, in the new third millennium. In the process, evil will spread more and more in the world, which will have all the more consequences, and the majority of Earth humans will indulge in religion-misleading violence, crime, warfare, self-profiling, lying and cheating, dishonesty and the dishonest acquisition of wealth, so that violence and murder will become the order of the day. On the other hand, however, those in power are becoming ever more helpless in their greed for power and simple-mindedness, as well as in their absolute inability to lead the people, whereas in their lack of ability they will brag with big words, with all the lies and delusions they can think of in order to conceal or whitewash their failures, and lull the people and try to make them compliant. Through the guilt of religious and worldly faith, and the impoverishment of effective education in terms of general knowledge, etc., Earth humans will become ever more irresponsible, indifferent, unscrupulous, and increasingly foreign to themselves. In the future, this will lead to the fact that the self-discovery of human beings towards true humanity will be completely prevented, because the most important thing for self-discovery and true human being, and thus also for the correct way of life, will be missing, namely one's own endeavors and the acquisition of the necessary knowledge and understanding, as well as the necessary insight for this. From the top down, everything will be done secretly and underground to prevent the majority of Earth humans from becoming ever weaker and also more insignificant in terms of their education, so that they can be forced more and more under the thumb of the greed for power of those incompetent state leaders who, after the still few decades of this century, will use an artificial intelligence in the later century, which will already be active in the mid-1980s, but will be concealed from the public. This is in line with the fact that all state leaders generally conceal a great deal from the people about what goes on behind the scenes of state leadership, what negotiations are being conducted with foreign state leaders, military leaders and organizations, etc., what is being negotiated, and what the results of these negotiations are. The state leaders have the cheek to keep everything secret from their people, and leave them in the dark about what is really going on in their countries. This is quite apart from the secret machinations of the murder organizations, the secret services, and the secret laboratories, and secret development sites in which things are developed, such as, among many other things, weapons, etc., which are used against dissidents and undesirables, as well as enemies, and so on. The lame excuse that the security of the country would be endangered if the people knew everything and thus endangered the state, or the negotiations or something else, etc., does not work. On the contrary, it only proves, and absolutely, how lowly intelligent and simple-minded, idiotic and uneducated the people are considered and judged to be by the obviously really uneducated, idiotic, loud-mouthed, pathologically very conceited, power-hungry state powers, secret services, and the powers of the murderous organizations. However, I want to make it explicitly clear that, with Svath's help, I have come to know true human beings with a good and extremely remarkable education in various state leaderships, although they effectively make up only a tiny minority, although they are not to be found in all state leaderships. With regard to the destruction of nature and its fauna and flora, it is necessary to understand and accept that nature as a whole is the basis of all life, because it is only through nature that the vital existence of all material life forms is possible, just as it is only through the diversity of species as a fundamental part of creation that all life is constant. And to know and also understand all this is of great importance for human beings, for in all this lies the creational energy and might, which is given as creation energy, and it is this which is always to be utilized by human beings through logic, understanding and reason, and which enables them to form their own truthful thoughts realistically, and also in accordance with reality and far removed from any religious or worldly belief. Creation energy is not only the existence of all energy and power that ensures the life of every human being, as well as of every other life form, but at the same time the factor of creation life energy itself, which evolves inexorably through ever new revitalizations of human beings and of fauna and flora. This evolution takes place continuously as a result of the constant learning of human beings, accomplished by the consciousness of the respective animated person, which is formed by creation life energy, and continuously learns and acquires knowledge in life. This knowledge is accumulated in the material memory of the brain and transferred by the consciousness formed by creation life energy directly into the creation life energy and stored there, because this life energy generator is also the knowledge energy store. This store stores all knowledge for all endless duration, which is created and thus stored by each constantly new personality, just as this knowledge, as well as the very diverse knowledge of all past personalities, is used again by the next completely new personality, in a useful, evolutive way, but always only unconsciously. However, how this useful application and utilization is used, formed, shaped, and applied in a positive or negative way is determined by the new personality itself and alone, namely by how everything is absorbed, applied, and shaped that daily life offers and produces, and what is made valuable or worthless in terms of character. This is especially true with regard to real and true humanity, or the false shaping and molding of the behavior of untrue humanity, which also results in abnormality and even Ausartung. With regard to education, it must be absolutely clear that no education can ever take place through parents, etc., nor can the character and behavior of human beings be brought about and taught through education and other educators, etc. Education is also not somehow related to the or a previous lived personality, because the false doctrine of reincarnation can and should never be taken into account in order to want to understand something. It must therefore be completely clear that every thought, every form of character, behavior, attitude, and action, etc., is neither inherited nor somehow predetermined, etc., because every new personality that is born arises according to its own thoughts, behavior, and actions, as well as according to its own character to be formed. Every new personality, that is to say, every human being, forms itself accordingly, through its self-education, according to how and what it absorbs from its direct and indirect environment, and thus shapes and forms its thinking, decisions, actions, and behavior. This makes it clear that it is always, and in every case, the absolutely personal self-education that determines everything and every thought, decision, action, and behavior, as well as the attitude and, if no illness prevents it, the reason and intellect of human beings and what they become in terms of character and behavior. Consequently, any education by parents or other guardians is pure fantasy, because it is absolutely impossible to educate a human being as they educate themselves in every case, and therefore shape their own character and behavior. This happens absolutely in every single case, and therefore with every human being equally, and in an absolutely certain and inevitable way, in such a way that the human being, at his own discretion and will, appropriates for himself in terms of character and behavior what he hears, sees, or experiences. In this way he shapes himself through his thoughts, attitudes, actions, and behavior, etc., according to the various influences that affect him. These influences, which come from other people, etc., and have and are intended to have an educational effect, normal, coercive, frightening, or even violent, threatening or loving, etc., from parents or grandparents, as well as from other so-called guardians, from acquaintances, friends, or also foreigners, have the same effect on every human being in each individual case. They do so in such a way that they accept or reject them on the basis of their own judgment or discretion. That is to say, they fit into something that is ordered, simply presented, or taught to them. Ultimately, however, it is the case that, through his own decision, he consolidates or rejects in himself, in terms of character and behavior, exactly what is brought to him educationally, indoctrinating, hearsay, frightening, neutral or normal, loving, threatening, or violent, depending on whether he accepts what he is taught or not, or whether he aligns his character and behavior accordingly or rejects it. He shapes his self-education at his own discretion, over which an educator never has any influence whatsoever. This therefore means that every human being carries out self-education in his life, according to what he perceives from the outside through his hearing and all his senses of perception, by which everything outside serves as a model for him, if he aligns his senses accordingly, whereby one forms his character and behavior in a self-educational way. This is precisely the case when self-education is indoctrinated and sustainably shaped in terms of character and also behavior according to a role model. However, if this role model self-education does not materialize but is effectively rejected, then human beings carry out a form, and wise form, of self-education that is chosen in a positive or negative way, depending on how the human being consciously builds up his or her attitude and overall behavior. All self-education by example, whatever its nature, as well as self-education in the positive or negative sense, entails that the human being has a certain character and develops a format that determines his mind and disposition, his entire character, his nature or disposition, and the nature of his personality, as it also determines his temperament and disposition, his nature or essence, and nature or his overall profile. The influences of other people, their ways of thinking, actions and behavior, etc., are factors that absolutely influence and shape, or not, the thinking, dispositions and forms of decision-making, actions, character formation, desires and behavior of the developing human being. And this happens according to what he accepts or rejects for himself. It is therefore determined by whether he allows himself to be influenced by what is brought to him from the outside, and whether he evaluates it positively or negatively in a self-educational way, and uses it to determine and shape his character, his behavior, and his attitude, etc., negatively or positively towards the just or the unjust, the normal or the degenerate, or towards the positive or the negative. So it is never the upbringing of parents, grandparents, or other guardians, etc., but always and in every case, if it is not a disease or pathological Ausertung, always the self-education of the human being himself, however he also degenerates or degenerates. All other scientific and psychological explanations are and remain only nonsensical assertions, as they could not be more ignorant and lowly intelligent. As Foth explains, the human being as such should form himself into a true human being in every form and wise, and develop effective integrity in his consciousness in order to be able to live and act in such a way that he can express himself personally with all the standards of his values through his behavior. Developing personal integrity against everything negative is to be understood as loyalty to oneself and to one's own righteousness, whereby the human being with integrity lives honestly in his consciousness and acts in such a way that he is always able to express his standards and values honestly in all his personal correct thoughts in all his life, behavior, conduct, and actions. This characterizes absolute personal integrity, which, as loyalty to oneself, proves that absolute integrity and incorruptibility apply to him. Furthermore, integrity also stands for the decency and honesty of human beings, as well as for their righteousness, trustworthiness, absolute reliability, and profound trust. And these are values of true and effective humanity, whose high values also mean true love, peace, and freedom, which must be cherished and nurtured. The effective and true human being should be learnt from the ground up from a very early age, but it is often only learnt by human beings with great effort and necessity during their lives. If it is learnt at all, because it demands the hard existence of reality, namely, that a change of thinking must take place with regard to everything negative and a change towards the positive, in particular towards honest and true humanity. True humanity harbors extremely valuable qualities that are expressed when a person understands another human being and empathizes with what is going on inside them and what moves them. In particular, these values are firstly mindfulness and empathy, which must always be characterized by respect and tolerance. Furthermore, another human being must also be shown honest respect, consideration, and care, because these are the absolute main values of what constitutes true human being, which, like true and profound love, true peace, and effective freedom, must be cherished and cultivated in all honesty and firmness of character. When we speak of the concept of true and genuine humanity, it goes without saying that humanity is also associated with it, as it also has a broader and narrower meaning, namely that the whole of true humanity and humanity towards fellow human beings recognizes everything that belongs to or is proper to human beings and relates to them. In this respect, these are all high values that distinguish human beings from animals and creatures, and from all other life forms, which also defines the true human being's attitude and disposition, as well as human faults and weaknesses. Unfortunately, this is also linked to the fact that human beings as such make mistakes, because it is said that to err is human, but this does not and must never mean that they behave and think inhumanly, and also act wrongly in this way. All these values mentioned, as well as many other behavioral values, are the practical themes of the Nocademian teaching, which is the teaching of truth, teaching of creation energy, teaching of life, which should be learned by the human beings of Earth, and they should concern themselves with it, and thereby allow themselves to grow within themselves in order to become true human beings. In this respect, human beings are to become true human beings and also cultivate their true humanity, just as in this way, they are also to appreciate and honor creation in the existence of all its energy and power of nature and its fauna and flora, all that exists of creation, as well as its endlessly lasting existence.
So we are alone now, and what comes up regarding that is probably all for you to record, but then Quetzal doesn't have to bring it here later and dictate it to me. It is only intended for you, who will henceforth, for Era and the Federation. I do not really want or have anything more to say. But we will have to use the time we need throughout the week.
That is so, but I hope that by the weekend at the latest.
Well, we will find out when. But it is not like we can do magic. It is just good that you have learnt the German language so well.
I already did when you were with Svath, as you know. I learned a lot from that, and even more so when you did work for me that made me. Only then was I able to, which made me. I can now do that extensively, if I can still learn from you.
That's the way it should be, and I promised Svath that. But now we have talked enough and we should get started.
Saturday, the 7th of February, 2026, 5.0, hers.
You wait already, dear friend. We will probably need another 4 or 5 hours before I can get to grips with everything else.
That would be good, because I should also get back. So let's get started, and you can.
Of course, that's how it should be. So then, get your equipment working so you can register everything.
I have already done that.
Okay. So then.
Saturday, the 7th of February, 2026, 10 pi and 57 heres.
That's actually done and said what's necessary, and you have done your... It has been another 6 hours now. A bit more than I thought. A good hour.
Yes.
Then that's all, and if you have nothing more to ask, I should have a go because it has become urgent.
No, then go ahead and I will also go back. But I do not want to forget my very great thanks to you, and I hope to see you again soon when you...
Never mind. Thank you is not necessary, because you know...
While I understand you, I think my thank you is really appropriate. So goodbye then, my friend, and if you...
If it should just be possible. So also goodbye, because I am really in a hurry. Besides, Quetzal wants to come this afternoon and dictate to me what is still to be done.
So goodbye then, my friend, and...
Saturday, the 7th of February, 2026, 2.0 hers.
There you are already. Greetings, my friend.
Greetings also, Edward. Then let's start right away, because it is urgent that I finish dictating.
That's also fine with me, because I want to give the report to Bernadette today so she can still check it for typos.
Then let's get started.
Again. Not the bill this time, but the phone. Wait. It was Bernadette, and I am supposed to give you something else when she gives it to me.
First, we have our work to do now, then I am going outside to walk round the back of the woods some more. You can put Bernadette's here on the table when she gives it to you, and I will take a picture of it.
Also good. That's how it should be. Then you can continue dictating.
With that, we are done with everything, according to which I bid you farewell. I will walk a few more steps in the forest, after which I will go and see what you have put on your desk from Bernadette.
Okay, and I have to hurry, because I have urgent, so bye, and see you again. Take care.
At your request, the following newspaper article is attached to the contact report, which confirms what Billy mentioned in 1951. The U.S. military has supported the mass rape of children in Afghanistan. Now its soldiers are committing this crime at Fort Bragg. Alan McLeod, via Mint Press News, February 13, 2026.
An epidemic of sexual offences against children is rampant in and around Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Since 2021 and the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, dozens of elite soldiers stationed at the military base have been convicted of raping children, distributing child pornography, and similar offences. Many of these soldiers served in Afghanistan, where it is now known that the US military supported its local allies in Bachabazi boy play. This involves kidnapping boys and keeping them as sex slaves, a large number of whom were enslaved in US military camps. Mint Press News explores this dark and deeply disturbing topic. Indescribable Crimes. In August 2023, Joshua Gladden, a first sergeant with the 4th Psychological Operations Group Airborne at Fort Bragg, was sentenced to 76 years in prison, followed by life on probation for distributing child pornography online. An unnamed woman, his accomplice, was sentenced to 30 years in prison after she confessed to allowing him to rape her child. Just 2 weeks later, Major Vincent Ramos was arrested at Raleigh-Durham International Airport in North Carolina on 1 count of statutory rape, with a child under the age of 15, 7 counts of statutory sex offence with a child under the age of 15, and 2 counts of indecent liberties with a child. The logistics officer stationed at Fort Bragg was later charged with 2 additional counts of indecent liberties with a child. A month later, in October 2023, Chief Warrant Officer 2 Stuart P. Kelly of the 82nd Airborne Division was sentenced to 16 years in prison and dishonorable discharge after pleading guilty to raping and molesting a child under the age of 12. Kelly had made the child touch him and perform oral sex on him on camera. Meanwhile, Staff Sergeant Carlos Castro Callejas was sentenced to 55 years in prison, a dishonorable discharge, and a demotion to private after facing 13 charges of raping a child under the age of 12. All 4 men were not only stationed at Fort Bragg, but had also served long tours of duty in Afghanistan. However, they are just the tip of a frighteningly large iceberg of dozens of Fort Bragg persons who have been arrested for crimes related to the abuse and trafficking of minors. According to investigative journalist Seth Harp, who in his book The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces, uncovered a vast drug smuggling and distribution network run by elite soldiers on the base. The number of such cases has increased tenfold since 2021 and the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. Even more frightening, however, is the choice of victims of these sexual offenders. I haven't heard of a case in years where these Special Forces soldiers have raped a woman. At the same time, I have heard of about 15 cases where they have raped children, he told Abby Martin and Mike Preisner on the Empire Files podcast. All of this raises a lot of serious questions about what is going on at the base and what dark and terrifying secrets are being harboured there. Laughing at child sexual assault, Fort Bragg, a sprawling, city-sized base on the outskirts of Fayetteville, North Carolina, is home to about 50,000 military personnel, making it one of the largest military installations in the world. Many of the most elite organizations in the USA are stationed here, including JSOC, the Delta Force, the 3rd Special Forces Group, and the 82nd Airborne Division. It is also only a few minutes away from I-95, the most important north-south motorway on the American East Coast. I-95 stretches from Miami in the south to the border between Canada and Maine in the north, and is therefore an important traffic artery. Fayetteville is almost halfway along the motorway. It is a natural point, almost like a city that sprang up on the Silk Road in ancient times, Anthony Aguilar told Mint Press News. It is a fact that in this part of North Carolina, along the 95 corridor, there is large-scale sex trafficking and human trafficking in these areas. Because of the easily accessible route from border to border, these things are being trafficked or smuggled. Anthony Aguilar is a former U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, Special Forces Green Beret, and former battalion commander at Fort Bragg. He became a whistleblower in 2005, exposing serious misconduct in U.S. and Israeli-backed operations in the Gaza Strip. He claimed that other commanders at Fort Bragg were well aware of the epidemic of child sex offences, but laughed it off or dismissed it, stating, "The top military leaders are aware of the situation and choose to cover it up. They do not ignore it, they recognize it. They choose to cover it up because no one wants their unit to be seen as bad and undisciplined. Nobody wants to be seen as a troublemaker." Aguilar told Mint Press an example of this from his time as commander of the 18th Airborne Corps at Fort Bragg. A non-commissioned officer was accused multiple times of sexually abusing and mistreating his stepdaughter, a minor, and producing pornography of these incidents. His superiors decided to do nothing and simply transferred him to Aguilar's unit. He came to us and did it again. My position on that was court-martial, grand jury hearing, criminal trial, prosecution before a military judge, he said. He was unable to follow through, however, because a 3-star general bypassed my authority to indict him, brought the case to court-martial, then withdrew the indictment, and simply offered him a deal: leave the army, and we will not prosecute you. The warrant officer accepted the offer, was discharged, and did not face prosecution. Aguilar was visibly shaken by the incident and remarked, "That's why this happens all the time. That's why this is part of the culture. That's why these things keep increasing. Because the top commanders continue to cover it up. They lie about it. And they do not hold those who do it accountable for fear of looking bad as commanders. Women are there for childbearing, boys are there for pleasure. Many American soldiers and forces encountered a similar widespread practice of child sexual abuse in Afghanistan and found a correspondingly tolerant attitude on the part of US officials and senior military officers. This practice is known as bakabazi and refers to a process in which men exploit and enslave adolescent boys, forcing them to dress up, wear makeup, dance lewdly, and act as sex slaves. The Bachas boys are usually between 9 and 15 years old, and mostly come from poor or disadvantaged backgrounds. Many have grown up in orphanages, are street children, or have been sold into slavery by relatives who are suffering from hunger. Others are simply abducted. Bacha Beza's boy players are usually older, wealthier men who see the ownership of one or more young boys as a status symbol and often give them money and expensive clothes. In Afghanistan's strictly gender-segregated society, a common saying is, "Women are there to have children, boys are there for pleasure." The United Nations has condemned Bachabazi. The time has come to openly address this practice and put an end to it. Radhika Kumaraswamy, then Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Special Representative for Children in Armed Conflict, told the UN General Assembly in 2009. Laws must be passed, campaigns must be conducted, and perpetrators must be held accountable and punished, she added. Although this practice had been known for centuries, it exploded in Afghanistan in the 1980s with the rise of the US-backed Mujahideen government. It was briefly stopped under the Taliban 1996 to 2001, but returned in the 21st century under the US-protected Afghan government, which was composed of many of the same elements that had been in might 2 decades earlier. How Washington was complicit in the mass sexual enslavement of children, the US government actively tried to ignore this practice, an open secret in military and diplomatic circles. However, when it withdrew from the country, the State Department belatedly released a report, admitting that there had been a pattern of sexual slavery in government buildings during the nearly 20-year occupation. US trained and funded authorities, it said, continued to arrest, detain, punish, and abuse many trafficking victims, including sex trafficking victims who were punished for moral turpitude offences, and victims who attempted to report trafficking crimes to law enforcement officials were sexually abused. According to the report, non-governmental organizations that helped the children advised them not to go to the police, as they were often responsible for their enslavement. Bakabazi was primarily practiced by high-ranking persons who had been put in power by the US occupation forces, policemen, military officers, teachers, and government officials. Many of these persons lived with their boys in US military camps. This meant that, in practice, US taxpayers were subsidizing the widespread rape of children, one of the many reasons why American personnel was so unpopular with the local population, and why the US-installed government fell within days of the troops leaving in 2021. As Harb explained,
The entire time the US has been in Afghanistan, they have been working with protecting, funding, and arming people who have been systematically raping little boys and keeping them in chains on US military bases. Chained children on US bases being raped every night. What are we to make of this? I struggle to comprehend not only the evil of it, but also how little has ever been said about it. One example of the extent of the depravity of the US's allies comes from Jordan Terrell, a former paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg. Terrell recalls seeing a group of young Bachas running around the forward operating base Shank in Logar Province in 2014. One of them, he noticed, had something hanging out of his bum. At first he was confused, but later realized that it was the prolapsed anus of the child who had been repeatedly sodomized. The boys faced this kind of thing so many times, he said. The Afghan National Army, the Afghan police, the contractors who prepared our food. These guys were raping children.
Officially, Washington saw nothing. Between 2010 and 2016, the US military was asked 5,753 times to inspect Afghan units to determine whether serious human rights violations had occurred. Under US law, military aid must be withdrawn from any unit found guilty of such offences. However, in not a single case did they report abuses. Nevertheless, Bachabazi was so widespread that virtually all US soldiers had heard of it. Aguilar explained that the soldiers were relieved every time it became Friday, joking, "It's Man-Boy Love Friday, so we will not get assaulted as much today because they are all having sex with their young boy concubines." The practice was as open as it was widespread. In 2016, an Afghan police commander invited a Washington Post journalist to his office for tea, where he gleefully showed him his beautiful boy slave. The Afghan police were just one of countless organizations that the US government supported financially during its 20-year, $2 trillion occupation of the country. I've heard about it multiple times from both US military and State Department officials across Afghanistan and in Washington, mostly casually, with an annoyed "what are you supposed to do about it?" In their comments, Matthew Ho, a former US Marine Corps captain and State Department official, told Mint Press News, adding,
It was clear that such crimes were not to be punished. I doubt that there were official documents for that, but it was clear that we had to accept the rape of children as part of the deal in our relationship with the Afghans, that we had put in might and held there.
In 2009, after becoming increasingly disillusioned with the US mission in Afghanistan, Ho resigned from his position at the State Department in Zabul Province. Other Americans who tried to publicize this disturbing practice and US complicity in it lost their lives. One of them was Lance Corporal Gregory Buckley Jr., who was kept awake at night by the screams of children being raped by Afghan policemen in the rooms next to him at Forward Operating Base Delhi in Helmand Province. In a phone call, Buckley told his father that, from their bunk, they could hear them screaming, but weren't allowed to do anything about it. His superiors told him to look the other way, because that is their culture. It was the last time his father heard Buckley's voice, as a few days later, he was murdered on base by the very locals he was trying to train and protect. Others, who took matters into their own hands, faced the end of their careers in the military. Green Berets Captain Dan Quinn and Sergeant First Class Charles Martland found out that a local police commander in Kunduz province had kidnapped a young boy and was keeping him chained to his bed as a sex slave. When they learned that she had turned to the Americans for help, the commander also beat the boy's mother. Quinn and Martland confronted him, but he just laughed and told them it was just a boy after all. Enraged, the two threw him to the ground, punching and kicking him. Quinn was relieved of his command and sent back to the United States, where he retired from the military. Martland was originally supposed to be expelled from the army, but was quietly reinstated after a public backlash. Drug abuse, child abuse, the prevalence of Bachabazi largely reflects the US involvement in Afghanistan. In the 1970s and 1980s, under the secular communist government supported by the USSR, the practice was far less prevalent. In an effort to overthrow the regime and bleed the Soviets dry, Washington spent $2 billion to fund, train, and arm local Mujahideen militias, including Osama bin Laden. The Mujahideen took control of Afghanistan in 1992, shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Portrayed as brave and courageous freedom fighters, the Mujahideen were praised in the West. But, as in Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and many other parts of the world, the US often allies itself with highly unsympathetic movements to achieve its aims. The Mujahideen were not only religious reactionaries, but also showed a conspicuous propensity for kidnapping and child abuse, which increased explosively after they came to power. Although Bachabazi was widely practiced by the Mujahideen, it was never accepted by the majority of the population, who saw it as barbaric and monstrous. As a result, despite their portrayal in the Western press as the Afghan equivalent of the Founding Fathers, many human beings in Afghanistan saw their new rulers as little more than a gang of paedophile warlords installed by the US. The Mujahideen were ousted within just 4 years by the Taliban, who came too, might not least, because of the nationwide revulsion and outrage at Bachabazi. Indeed, Mullah Omar, who was leader of the Taliban until his death in 2013, became famous for his prominent rejection of the practice. In 1994, he led a group of armed men in a series of raids to free kidnapped and enslaved boys and girls. This action made him a national hero and greatly increased the strength and prestige of the Taliban. From a force of just 30 fighters, his militia grew to 12,000 by the end of the year, as thousands joined his cause, paving the way for their invasion of Kabul in 1996. After taking power, the Taliban banned Bachabazi and made it punishable by death. Although the Taliban are hardly known for their human rights policies, they were able to gain at least some public support through their measures to combat child abuse. This phase proved short-lived, however, as just 5 years later, in 2001, the United States invaded Afghanistan to overthrow the Taliban, bringing many of the ousted Mujahideen leaders of the previous regime back to might. With the return of the US-backed government, there was a resurgence of Bachabazi, with many high-ranking government, police and military officials showing off their child concubines. This even included family members of President Hamid Karzai. Similarly, drug production in Afghanistan is directly linked to US involvement in the country. In the 1970s, heroin production was minimal and mainly for domestic consumption. But, as the Western-backed war for regime change dragged on, Washington looked for other ways to support the insurgents. They found the answer in opium, and refineries soon sprang up on the Afghan-Pakistani border to process locally grown poppy seeds. Trucks loaded with weapons funded by US taxpayers traveled from allied Pakistan to Afghanistan, and returned brimming with opium. As Professor Alfred McCoy, author of The Politics of Heroin, CIA Complicity in the Global Drug Trade, told Mint Press, the resistance fighters turned to opium. In the 1970s, Afghanistan produced about 100 tons of opium a year. Tons of opium a year. By 1982-19, at the end of this 10-year CIA operation, that minimal amount of opium, 100 tons per year, had grown to a substantial 2,000 tons per year and already accounted for about 75% of the world's illicit opium trade. The operation led to a worldwide boom in opium use, with heroin addiction more than doubling in the United States alone. The drug became a cultural touchstone, as popular films such as Trainspotting and Requiem for a Dream show. By 1990, annual production had risen to 4,600 tons. Once again, the deeply religious Taliban stepped in to stop the practice. A ban on opium cultivation in 2000 led to a drastic decline in production, with only 185 tons harvested the following year. Although the ban hit local farmers hard, it did begin to address the terrible opioid crisis in Afghanistan, giving the Taliban some renewed legitimacy with the local population. As with Bachabazi, however, the US occupation reversed this trend. Under American supervision, opium production skyrocketed, reaching a peak of 9,000 tons in 2017. Afghanistan became the world's first true narco-state. McCoy found that by 2008, opium accounted for well over half of the country's gross domestic product. By comparison, even in the darkest days of Colombia, cocaine accounted for only about 3% of GDP. More land was used for opium cultivation in Afghanistan than in the whole of Latin America for coca cultivation. Many of those who made a fortune from this business were the closest allies of the US. This also included the Karzai family. The president's brother, Ahmed Wali, was one of the biggest and most notorious drug barons in the region. Shortly after returning to might, the Taliban once again banned opium production and sent teams of men across the country to destroy the poppy fields. In an action that even Western media described as the most successful anti-drug measure in the history of humanity, production fell by over 80% almost overnight and has continued to decline ever since. The speed and success of the operation raised serious questions about the United States' true relationship with the global drug trade. An incredibly lucrative business. The soldiers at Fort Bragg were closer than anyone else to the unsavory underbelly of the occupation of Afghanistan. Units such as JSOC, Delta Force, the 3rd Special Forces Group, and the 82nd Airborne Division worked closely with the Afghan security forces and had a front-row seat to observe their activities. The Fort Bragg cartel uncovers a vast arms and drug trafficking network that formed around the base, revealing how soldiers used military aircraft to smuggle weapons and drugs into America and distribute them across the continent. Criminals in the US military, Aguilar said, had learnt a lot about contraband trafficking and smuggling, explaining.
If you are a soldier on deployment and you have all your 90 cubic inch containers locked with all your stuff in them, these are not inspected when they fly back on a military plane and land at Fort Bragg. They how easy it would be to transport and smuggle weapons, drugs, and yes, even human beings back and forth from country to country. It is all very doable. And it is all very lucrative.
Military bases are ideal centers for smuggling activities. There are hardly any controls or inspections, and soldiers can move from base to base within the country without being stopped and searched by the police. A disproportionate number of the convicted soldiers came from the logistics sector, where they were entrusted with transporting large shipments of goods to and from the US, without much concern or oversight from their superiors. The sale of weapons and drugs is one thing. But trafficking children and raping them is something else entirely. How can anyone even think of engaging in such repugnant acts? And why has this practice around Fort Bragg reached such proportions? For some, the answer was psychological. American soldiers, who were taught to dehumanize their enemies and face child abuse on a daily basis, see this as normal behavior. As Terrell surmised, in a perverse way, they may have simply internalized it upon their return and turned it into a sexual proclivity. There is, however, a simpler explanation: money. Some soldiers from Fort Bragg who were stationed in Afghanistan and came into contact with Bacha Bazi returned to the United States and saw an opportunity to make a lot of money from human trafficking and the production and sale of child pornography.
It's less about soldiers coming home from Iraq or Afghanistan and bringing this learned behavior of sexual deviance, child pornography, or child abuse, and more about them learning that child pornography and sex trafficking of minors is very, very profitable, Aguilar said. They see that and think, this is really lucrative.
The Taliban have once again declared Bacha Bazi a capital offence. It is unclear whether the new law has stopped this practice or merely driven it underground. Finally, Afghanistan's sanctions-hit economy means that the economic incentives for destitute families to sell their sons to wealthy officials remain strong. In addition, there are reports that some Taliban commanders are allegedly holding Bachas themselves. What is clear, however, is that the tactics and practices used by the US military abroad are also increasingly being used against its own population. From surveillance and militarized policing to increasing intolerance of dissent, civil liberties are being undermined by forces using techniques perfected in West Asia. In November, an Afghan commando soldier and former member of a CIA-trained death squad carried out a mass shooting in Washington, D.C. It is clear that the US invasion has destroyed Afghanistan, but it has also harmed America itself. The occupation directly contributed to the opioid crisis at home, and it appears that it is also linked to the epidemic of child sexual abuse documented here, as soldiers abuse children for profit. So what happened at Fort Bragg is part of a broader psychological degradation of American society controlled by a government that has sacrificed everything sacred to protect and advance its imperial ambitions. Source: the US military aided mass child rape in Afghanistan. Now, its soldiers are committing this crime at Fort Bragg.